but I am now streaming over on YouTube. If you want to come up and join me to talk to Christians today, I don't mind having one co-host. Sometimes two if I have a special guest like Mezzo or Born Again Atheist or somebody pop by. Then I'll have a co-host and a special guest. But yeah, we're going to hopefully talk to some more Christians today. I want to know, like, I just want them to think of Pascal's wager kind of in the reverse. Yeah, you can come on up, Nick. Come on up. Alrighty.
Good morning.
Good morning. I need to come up with a theme song for this show so I can play it at the beginning of this show.
When you're down in comments, I don't hear it now, but in comments, it's like a loud.
Oh, my fan is on in the background. My house fan.
Gotcha.
I don't want to turn it off. Maybe let me close my door. Let me make sure that they have another window or something open, then I can close my door. It won't be as loud.
Weird because I can't hear it when I'm up here, just down there. It's odd. I guess the audio changes when you move up to the box.
It does. Like a lot of things change when you move up to the box. You know.
Right?
Okay. All right. Is that better?
I don't know because I'm in the box.
Oh, yep. Hey, that's right. You don't know. Hey, you guys in chat, do you still hear that noise? Because if you still hear that noise, I'm opening my door. I won't be able to stop the noise. Let me know. Let me know if you hear it. Make sure you guys are sharing out the live, tapping the screen, get your heart me, collect your points, call your mom, call your brothers and sisters, and tell them that Crystal is live. Okay, cool. Okay. But you didn't hear it before, so it's probably just something in Nick's head, and then I'm being blank.
I'm hallucinating again. I've spent 3 days on TikTok. This is what happens, people. You start hallucinating.
It's true. Eventually, the rest of us have just given into the hallucinations. That's why we're still here. We didn't take a break.
We just kept going.
Yeah,
the voices aren't that bad yet.
Nope, not yet. Well, come on up and talk to us, Michael. I mean, we just want to know, like, we want you to think for a minute, like, what if you are wrong, and then talk about what that could mean. Nobody is saying you are wrong or that I'm right or whatever. We're just saying, what if you are? Because you guys ask us that a lot.
You know, Crystal, if I was wrong, I still wouldn't worship him. After reading the Bible, I would take my turn at the lake of fire. I'd rather be obliviated into non-existence than worship a God that commanded his own people to sacrifice their firstborn. I can't.
I can't imagine that a God who Christians describe as all-loving, if this, like, God is all-loving and all-knowing, he would know that I was just worshiping him because now I'm scared to go to the lake of fire. And then he wouldn't consider that real anyway. And I would probably still end up in the lake of fire. And that's not loving. And that's actually not free will. And that's just coercion. That's just, I think I might run sometime this, like, coming week. I could probably try to make a quick background for it of God is the most abusive husband.
Oh.
Because a husband is a caretaker. Okay, that's what that is. And that is why men were called it, because they were the caretaker. Okay, but I've been abused by a husband before. You've been abused by a husband before, and the things that God does it's the epitome of an abusive husband. The way he calls Israel a whore and then degrades her sexually, vulgarly, because he's so upset she doesn't love him the way he loves her. And doesn't she know he's doing all this for her? You know, that's just the typical shit that an abusive husband says.
And that's not the only time God threatens, a peoples with a theme of grape either. It's ongoing.
No.
It's such a weird thing to be threatening people with. So we would love to have you come up, Michael, but please don't spin my words. That's not what I said. I said if the God of Christianity was true, I still wouldn't worship him. So I never said he wasn't true. I said if he was. Now, I'm different than Crystal. She's an atheist, but I have never been an atheist a day in my life. I very much believe that the God of the Old Testament existed. However, I do not believe in the Christian God. I'm a mythicist. I don't believe that Jesus walked the earth, but I do believe that the Old Testament God did exist at one point in time. So please don't put words into my mouth.
If Christianity were true, I think I got kitty hair at my nose. I hate that because it just itches and itches. I would need to talk to this God or this Jesus one-on-one and be like, I need to know, are you saying that every single thing that comes out of this Bible is true? Because one, I need you to explain the contradictions, dear Jesus. Two, I need you to explain the inaccuracies, Jesus. And three, I need you to explain yourself. What the fuck? Why in the fuck do you hate women so much? Why the fuck did you make us if you hated us so much? Were we merely a form of torture for you, for your enjoyment? That's what I would want to know before I bow the knee.
According to the Bible, Crystal, as soon as you unalive, it's too late. So you'll never get to have that conversation with him, according to Christians.
No, I meant like if he tried to come and present himself to me. Like they always say, like if he revealed himself to you.
Yeah.
You know,
okay, I got
he
you.
just somehow was like, okay, Crystal, now I'm going to fucking find. First of all, I already told my husband. Because, wait, I have to tell you the funniest thing Doug did, okay? On the 23rd, when it was getting later in the evening and we had been joking all fucking day about the rapture, I was sitting in the back and I was pretty elevated. And we were laughing and just joking about the rapture and stuff and everything. And he likes to sometimes, because he is a deist, he likes to sometimes play devil's advocate and pretend he's kind of still Christian, okay? And so he'll do something like, don't make fun of us, or whatever like that. And then he goes, what would you do if I just disappeared right now? And I just laughed so loud, like it was the loudest laughing. And then he started laughing hysterically too. He was like, I said, to be honest with you, if you just disappeared right now, I would go inside and tell Jessie, who is our daughter, I would tell her that I think something's wrong with me and that I need medical assistance. That, And then he said, she's not there either. And I said, okay, well then I'm calling 911 and saying, I think there's something, either my family has all disappeared or there's something wrong with me, but I need help. And I go, but then they don't answer, right? Hi, Dylan. How are you today?
I'm good.
Have we talked before?
No, but I've seen you on streams, and you were on my stream whenever I was talking to Daniel.
Oh, Okay, how are you doing today?
Good.
So, today we are asking Christians. You're a Christian, right?
Oh yeah.
Okay. We're asking Christians to think for a minute about what if they are wrong. And the reason we're asking this question is because Christians ask us that question all the time. They say, what if you're wrong? You're going to go to hell. But if I'm wrong, nothing bad has come of it. But I want to propose that if Christianity and the Abrahamic religions have been wrong all along, that there has been untold horrors perpetrated on humanity due to this religion. What do you think of that?
So if I was wrong about my faith, I mean, I would just live I would live my life the same way. I mean, I don't lose anything by I'm following Jesus.
Right, you don't lose anything by unfollowing Jesus. Exactly, you don't. But also, what do you think about what Christianity has done to humanity with all the harm it's caused?
Is it Christianity or is it people?
No, it's Christianity. Like the wars were started in the name of Christianity. A lot of slaves were taken in the name of Christianity. Land has been stolen from indigenous people in the name of Christianity.
Yeah, but are the people that are doing this is that Jesus or is that the people doing it?
How do you personally know, Dylan, if somebody comes to you and tells you that they have a message from God for you and they want to tell you it, how do you know for sure that they've spoken to God?
I mean, we can kind of see this from this past week. Someone spread out a rumor that the rapture was going to happen, and it was spread like wildfire, and the guy was obviously wrong because nobody knows the day and time.
But that I'm not talking about something that big where we can just see that obviously he was wrong. Okay, I'm talking about maybe somebody comes to you and says, Dylan, God came to me last night in a dream, and he told me that you need to sell all your belongings, give everything to the poor. He has a mission for you in Tijuana, Mexico, and you have to leave tomorrow.
I would go.
How do you know I got that message from God and not Satan?
I mean, I would probably pray myself and make sure it's but my goal here on earth is to be the light in this dark world, and wherever God leads me, I will go. For example, I moved across.
But that's not my question. I'm asking you this question for a very specific reason. You're saying that I'm trying to tell you that you can't tell a person's whether God told these people to do it or not. So saying that these were just people who started these wars, you don't know. God started many wars in the Bible. You have no idea whether God told these popes or these leaders in the past to go do this in his name. You don't know. You can't decide that. They did it in his name. It is because of Christianity. And if tomorrow we found out Christianity was not real, then millions have died because of Christianity. And millions have been tortured. And women specifically have been harmed the greatest, especially women of color who were forced into slavery, forced to give birth, forced to birth those children and raise those children to be more workers and more slaves.
Do you know who is the majority of Christians that live in this world? It is black.
Care.
So that is black
Dylan,
women.
Dylan, do you think I care? Do you know how many friends of mine are black atheist women?
I know. I mean, I'm just saying,
so it doesn't
the
matter.
Majority of Christians is black women.
It doesn't matter. I don't care. They have been harmed the most. They have been indoctrinated by their slave owners, and then by their church, by their families, because if generation after generation after generation tells their family a lie, it becomes the truth to them, and they continue to spread it, and they don't know any different.
And speaking on the S word, do you
You
know
can say
who
slave.
do you know who was the people that was the start of abolishing the S word?
There were Christians involved, but we also need to remember that the Southern Baptist Convention was started to keep slavery in place. They were for the slave owners. So the largest Christian convention in all of the United States was started to continue slavery.
I mean, yes. I mean, there are bad apples in every single org. Correct.
They're not bad apples. They're following the Bible.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but
And
I'm
you know what
saying
you
is that
haven't done yet? You haven't sat 1 minute with what I've asked you to do. I've asked you, and I ask this to Christians every day, and none of them can do it. I think it makes you guys feel so uncomfortable that you go, I can't do it. I don't like it. I want you to sit with for a minute, if you were wrong, the harm that your religion has perpetrated on the world.
so
You wake up
do we
tomorrow,
also look at the
and
positive so too, or no?
That's not my question today, Dylan. Do you want to go to a live where the question is, what is all the good Christianity has done? Because I'm sure you can go find a Christian who's asking that. My question is, what if you're wrong?
I mean, if I'm wrong,
And
I live my
every
life.
every time I ask you to sit there, you try to do a Uno reverse card on me, okay? And I want you to sit with there for a minute. Tell me what it means to some of the people. Not just like, I just go on with my life. Really? You do? Because I'll tell you what, when I woke up and realized it wasn't true, I didn't just go, oh, I'll just go on with my life. There was grieving. There was a disconnect from family, family and friends who disowned me. There was a loss of community. I didn't just get to wake up and just continue on like everything was okay. And then there was the realization that this religion hurts a lot of people, especially women. And I couldn't just sit there and not tell people about that.
But
And we
like,
really
are
have
these
to stop
people
with this.
being
Hold on, Dylan. We
Okay.
need to stop with this whole true Scotsman fallacy, because if you look at all the Christians and things that they preach and they say, they are still pulling it out of the Bible, right down to slavery. God allows
that's
it,
what I'm saying.
as long as you take people from other nations, and Jesus doubles down on it. Like, you guys got to stop with those true Scotsman fallacy, bad Christian versus good Christian, because it's all in the Bible. They're taking it from the Bible, so there is no good or bad. It is just Christian.
It's just Christian. And you guys always think, yeah, but they weren't doing Christianity right, but literally they were following what the Bible says they're allowed to do. And Randy, you are absolutely right. All your thinking processes have to be corrected after you deconstruct from a cult. And Christianity being one of the largest cults, it's really hard because there's so many people who make you feel bad for when you realize it isn't true.
I mean, we can talk about the S word if you want to. Like, I actually just got done reading a chapter in the book, Constructing Christianity, about the S word, which actually goes into like the
can
history
say
of
slavery.
the S word.
You can say slavery, Dylan.
I don't trust it.
Well, you're on my live, so it would happen to me anyway. So
I know. But yeah, I mean, we can dive into that. I just think at the end of the day, it's like, what does it mean to be a Christian? It means to be Christ-like. So if we're going to criticize Christians, we need to criticize Jesus. Now, if we want to go to the New Testament, I would love to discuss what you think that Jesus did wrong in the New Testament to justify what like people justified. But at the end of the
Because
day,
you don't want
people
to talk
use,
about what if you're wrong. That's the whole problem. You
if
have
I'm
done
wrong,
this every time we come back to it to talk to you about the atrocities that have been perpetrated on the world due to
let me ask you a
Christianity.
question.
You pull away from it and you go to a
So
different topic.
if I was wrong, then like people use the Bible in a very powerful way to do something very bad to people. That's the
No,
answer.
that's not true. If you are wrong, then all of this was written by men to control other people, and you were duped, and you fell for it, and you fell for the supremacy culture of this book.
I guess that. Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, so why are you rewording it to make it still seem like there was a God? You were like, then people did this, not God. Yeah, there is no God. That's what we're saying. There is no God. So, of course, it's people, but people did it from the beginning, not after the book was written. They didn't go, oh, now we're going to use. No, they did. They wrote the book. People did.
Yes. If it turns out that God is not real and the Bible is a book that was made by mankind, then okay.
Would
So
you
can you see
would
the
you
harm
be
that
out
it's done?
there? Would
Would
you
I
be
what?
out there rallying to sue the churches?
No, because I think that there is way more good than there is bad in the Bible.
No, you just admitted, okay, if I was wrong, life continues. So I'm continuing from that. Would you fight back, sue the churches for all the things,
Wait,
horrific things?
I need to put this in
I would
perspective
not.
for everybody. Hang on a minute, Nick. Hang on a minute. I just want you guys to hear this. And I know there's only 16 of you, but just listen. And there's some of you over on YouTube too. He is saying that if tomorrow he woke up and he realized all of this was a lie, that he still would think, even with the new perspective, that this Bible has more good in it than bad.
It does.
You wouldn't think that tomorrow if you woke up and
Because
you didn't believe
because
anymore.
the Bible has the best moral code that has ever existed.
It
No, it
does
doesn't.
not.
Really?
not.
Can y'all
That's
can
not
y'all name me a
true.
better moral code?
Yeah, the law
would you like-
codes of Hammurabi, actually. So
What is it called?
the slavery,
What's it called?
the law
Hammurabi.
codes of Hammurabi.
How you spell that?
Hammurabi. Is that right? Hammurabi.
Okay, I'm gonna look it up fast. I'm gonna
Okay,
see what
so-
it includes.
Levitical law codes were somewhat pulled from the law codes of Hammurabi because they came prior to the Israelites, and one of those is the slavery one, right?
So what are some laws?
No.
Hey,
Am
Dylan, stop. Hey, let's everybody only talk 1% of time. And Nick was talking. Let her finish what she's saying, and then feel free to ask her any questions.
My fault.
Okay.
So, for example, when it comes to indentured servitude, right? In the Bible, it says the man goes free after 7 years.
Mhm.
In the law
Jubilee.
code of Hammurabi, they go in 3 years. So the law code of Hammurabi is actually better than that of the biblical law codes. So, like, the problem is Christians don't know that there's a lot of more history to the Bible, especially the Old Testament, because you guys are taught to think that life started with Adam and Eve, and you don't know that these stories were actually pulled from things like the Enuma Elish, the Epic of Gilgamesh, Akkadian stories, ancient Near Eastern law codes that pre-existed in Mesopotamia before the Israelites were even thought of, before this God was ever founded. Like, you guys aren't taught that in school. So yes, there are better law codes out there.
So the last rule in this law book: if a slave say to his master, "You are not my master," if they convict him, his master shall cut off his ear.
Yeah, it's the same thing in the Bible.
But you just said this is a better moral code than the Bible.
No, you asked me if I could find a better moral code, and I just gave you one for the indentured slavery.
Yeah, but like I'm talking like as a whole.
The Ten Commandments was a
Dylan,
ripoff of the 42 laws of Ma'at.
I know. I mean, I'm just saying, like what is the like?
And those
what,
were all bet before the
what
Bible.
is the-
The Bible didn't come up with any of this. None of it is new to the Bible. So any moral code coming prior to the Bible is going to be just as good as, if not better, than the Bible. Your claim was it is the best moral code, and we're telling you no. And it took its moral code from previous people. So any moral code found prior to the Ten Commandments, prior to this Bible, will be just as good, if not better.
I can tell you something that was exclusive to the Bible, if you want to hear it.
Sure.
This is from Matthew 5:38 through 42, and it says the following.
Hey, Jack.
And it says the following: You have heard that it was said, an eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth. But I say to you, do not resist the one who is evil. But if anyone slaps you on the right cheek, turn to him the other also. And if anyone would sue you and take your tunic, let him have your cloak as well. And if anyone forces you to go 1 mile, go with him 2 miles. Give to the one who begs from you, and do not refuse the one who would borrow from you. This is the only account that happens throughout history that talks about how retaliation is not the answer, and this is how we get closer to peace. It teaches you how to be
abused. It teaches you.
Yeah, it literally teaches you how to be abused.
It teaches you how to not retaliate.
How to be abused.
How to not retaliate.
So my stepfather is beating the ever-living crap out of me. Now I have the power to get up and swing back and defend myself. Are you telling me because of that passage in the Bible, I'm supposed to lay there and be unalive by beating?
You should call the cops.
I can't call the cops. I'm being beaten. Are you dense?
No, but you should get up and call the cops.
I'm on the floor being beaten.
Mm-hmm.
I can't get up. I have the power to turn around and bite him in the leg, though, and start fighting back. Do you really think someone who's beating on a woman is going to let her get up and call the cops and just stand there and wait? Are you really? You
no,
think that's
but
how abusive situations work? No. Answer me. Do you really think an abuser is going to let a woman get up and wait and stand there all nicely while she calls the cops? You really think that happens?
I've never been in that situation. I just know that...
Okay, I have multiple times over and over. So I'm asking you, as per the passage you just read, while he is sitting there beating me, okay, according to that passage, I should continue to let him beat me. I should not self-defend.
I think that retaliation is not going to bring satisfaction.
Holy fuck. Okay.
Because right after that, it talks about loving your enemies and also forgiveness, which is one of the hardest things to do as humans. But I think that forgiving is the ultimate definition of love and of how we get to a better place in the world.
These are things that abusers tell their victims. They tell them things like, you should forgive me. It's the right thing to do. It's better for you than it is for me. So then they can perpetrate their abuse on the victim again. So no, I don't believe everybody deserves my forgiveness, especially those who do not even ask for forgiveness nor change how they behave. Those people definitely do not deserve my forgiveness, and it doesn't help me to forgive them. It actually makes me a weaker person and sets me up to be easily a victim to others.
But,
good morning, Jake. Good morning, Jay Jr. How are you? Hang on 1 second. I want to.
You're good.
How about the part I remember? God himself to me. First century Jewish culture, striking the right cheek implied a backhanded slap with the right hand. So let's see. You have heard that it was said, an eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth. But I say to you, do not resist an evildoer. But if anyone strikes you on the right cheek, let me see. Nick, I'm going to strike you on the right cheek. I'm right-handed. So there's only one way for me to do that.
Backhand.
So, yeah. So the only way for you to do that is to backhand. A backhand was usually done to start a duel. This is somebody coming to me to start something with me. They want to fight. They want to duel. They want something. Turning the other cheek tells them, come at me, bitch. And that's what Gandhi and other scholars feel that actually meant. It meant, I'm not afraid of you. Not go ahead and hit me again. It meant, I'm not afraid of you. And your attempt to duel me, not scaring me.
My wife's calling me. I gotta go.
All right, Dylan, have a good day.
I can't believe he was really good at defending domestic violence with love. That's.
But you can, though, because you were a Christian and they all did that to you and me. They all defended it.
You're correct.
You know,
You're correct.
we needed to be better wives, and we need to pray more diligently for our husbands. And if we just would pretty ourselves up and just make sure that house was clean, he wouldn't have to smack us around, you know?
Yeah. If I had just made dinner on time, if I hadn't met my father, if I hadn't, yeah, you're right.
If I hadn't looked at the car pulling up next to me, what the fuck? That one was one of the weirdest ones. Like, he had so many times, obviously, because he was, you know.
If I hadn't gotten up to go get a drink out of the fridge, I mean, that's totally my fault. I got up to go grab a drink. That was my bad that I ended up getting bent over backwards, a stove, and my jaw almost broken. I shouldn't have been thirsty. That was my bad.
You want to know something weird about my ex? Okay, so he was married before me. That was a very bad relationship. And I know that he did the same things to her, because some of the things that he said about her to me when we first were dating, he would then go on to say about me. And I was like, oh my God, that's because he was lying about her too. You know what I mean? Like, it dawned on me, like, oh, she was a victim too, right? So after our divorce, he remarried a woman. And as my son saw some of the things that I said that were verbal things that he said, and so my son was like, that is exactly what my mom said that he said to her. So that's kind of weird. But he said them to my son. Okay, like, he didn't say him to, but he never saw him abuse his second wife or third wife. Okay, but one thing was that one time I said something like, well, it's his third wife, maybe, you know, third time's a charm. And my son goes, no, you mean his second wife. And I'm like, no, I mean his third wife. And he goes, no, what? You're his first wife. He didn't get married in between you. And I'm like, what? No, what? Your dad never told you? And he was like, no, he calls you his first wife, and Darla is the second. And I'm like, he never told Darla.
Wow.
So that was funny. But yeah, so until he got dementia. And then when he got dementia, all those things that I had told people that he would say, and he started doing to Darla, his third wife. And they were like, I don't know, it was kind of eye-opening to them. Like, I don't think that they doubted me, but there's this part of you, I'm sure, that is like, it's really weird because he never does that now, you know? But he also might not have drank like he did with me. And drinking really, you know, brings that out in people.
Did I ever tell you why I stopped going to church? Not why I left the faith, but why I left the church.
No,
I was forced out and shunned. Because my ex-husband, the really abusive one, went before the congregation and told them all that I was a horrible wife. I was, you know, not doing my wifely duties, and that I was sleeping around. And then I was shunned. And I only found out I was shunned after one of the congregation members, a woman, came up to me where I was working, and I was bringing her stuff through. And she put her hand on my hand and said, we're praying for you. And I looked at her, and she walked out, and I was like, what the fuck? So I went to a ex-friend, and he's an ex-friend for a reason. I said, do you know what that was all about? And that's when I found out that my ex-husband had gone before the congregation with without talking to me, without the pastor talking to me, to find out that he was physically, mentally, emotionally, financially, and even sexually abusing me. They all did a giant prayer. And then when I went to that ex-friend's wedding, not a single person would talk to me. I would say hello, and they would literally all turn around and walk away.
Oh my God.
Yeah, an
That's
entire
horrible.
congregation, like 100 and some people, literally shunned me out of church. I was like, and I was shunned for being abused. Like, what is this?
I am sorry. That is horrible. I did not get shunned from the congregation, so to speak. But when I left, because I got mad at the entire board of elders, and I thought they were all pieces of shit, basically. By the way, I think Dylan would agree with me here. I was a Christian at the time, Dylan, and one of the board of elders gossiped about me, basically saying that I was abuseful and neglected the youth on a very hot day by locking them outside in 100-degree weather without giving them water. None of that happened, by the way. We have witnesses. None of it happened. And she was on the board of elders, and I went to the board of elders to complain and tell them like she should like step down, because the Bible says that elders should not be a gossip, you know? And they all told me that they can't believe that I expected the board of elders to live up to what the Bible says the elders of the church have to live up to. Because it says that an elder must be blameless. And I said, well, I don't think blameless means sinless. I think it means that if you have done something wrong, that you rectify it with whoever you've wronged, and then you ask for forgiveness from God and whoever you've harmed, and you don't do it again. You repent. And they were like, no, blameless means sinless, and none of us could be sinless. I'm like, why would the Bible ask you to make sure that your board of that your elders of your church are sinless, when it also tells you that we are all, we've all sinned and fallen short of the glory of God? That, like, you're not even making sense. Like, that doesn't make sense. And they go, so if you think all of us should be, if you think somebody on the board of elders should be blameless, then maybe we all should quit. And I said, yeah, you should. You should. If you think you cannot look at me and tell me that you're blameless, you should. You should get off the board of elders right now.
Right.
Was I wrong, Dylan?
I cannot really see. I mean, can y'all hear me or no?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, yeah, my screen's stuck on the keyboard. Yeah, that's just a situation where the people are egotistical, and they think that they are higher than thou, and they've not read the Bible.
Right? Shouldn't they have read the Bible? And doesn't it say that you're supposed to be a good person? You're not supposed to be a gossip.
Yeah, so there's a story whenever Jesus is, and they're going back to essentially the crib. It's him and the disciples, and basically they're arguing amongst each other about who is the greatest disciple. And Jesus, whenever they get to the house, is like, so what were y'all talking about? And then and you know how you get like caught like red-handed, and Jesus is like, no one is greater than thou. You number one, if you call yourself a Christian and a follower of me, you should be a servant to others. There's no one greater than each other. Everyone should be a servant to each other. So I'm sorry that happened to you, but like that is not biblical at all.
I just thought of a new thing we could do, Nick. We could ask Dylan questions to see if we were good Christians. Hey, Dylan, here's another thing I did. I did this right too, right?
I've got some wild stories from youth group. I'm ready to do this. Like,
I think that, and I don't know if y'all want to get into like deep philosophy questions, but like,
not really.
Okay.
Crystal's
like, sure. I'm like, God, no.
But it's my show, so I don't care.
It is your show. You get the final say.
Because I think, well, so what I usually do on my streams, whenever people think that Jesus's morality is, let's just say, bad, I challenge the person to come up with like 10 laws without using any of Jesus's laws, and nobody can ever do it. It's because like the morality
He
set.
took the laws from other people.
Do what?
He didn't think of any of that himself. You do realize that, Dylan, that he took all of his teachings from other people. That's what we're telling you. None of it, those codes are original to the Hebrew Israelites.
Well,
and
I
he
just
took
told you
them
one though.
from them. No,
Matthew 5:38
okay,
through 42 is original.
I just thought
was
of
Jesus
4
the
laws
first
right
person
And
off.
also a
to
ton of
say
parables is also
to
original
love
too.
your enemies and to turn the other cheek type of thing, to you know,
Curious,
to
how many
not
parables of Jesus is unique?
I mean, I could come up with probably
So
like
there are
4
38 to 39 unique parables among 44 that are unique to Jesus.
I could
Wait,
come
I'm
up
gonna
with
look up a different one.
Okay, that's fine.
No, I want you to look at this up. Are the parables are unique? What does that mean? Because if the moral isn't unique, he's not the first person to ever. The moral of the stories are not unique. He just told it different. Great writers tell stories differently.
Which parable is not unique? Besides the water
I
of the
have to
wine, you
look
can
up the
use
morals, but I'm looking up the
Dionysus.
first thing.
You can look at whenever
Before
I mean,
Jesus,
a miracle.
other cultures and traditions express similar ideas. Hebrew Bible, Proverbs 25:21. If your enemies are hungry, give them bread to eat, and if they are thirsty, give them water to drink. That's in the Hebrew Bible. Stoic
But Proverbs
philosophy.
is not Jesus.
Seneca, what I know. You said nobody before Jesus ever thought of those things.
No.
And that's
I'm
not
saying
true.
whenever I'm talking about Jesus' time, whenever he did 44, or he taught 44 parables and did 38 miracles.
Why would I care just about Jesus' time? If he's plagiarizing from people who lived before him.
But that's what I'm saying is that he's not plagiarizing. Like
He did. I
mean,
just
I
told
could-
you. His idea of loving your enemy is not new. That is in the Hebrew Bible.
But I mean, I can give you a miracle that's unique to the Bible.
But you weren't talking about miracles just now. You were saying that his teachings about loving your enemy, about, you know, that was all brand new. It is not. And I'm showing it to you, and now you're changing it to miracles.
No, what I'm saying is that it comes from the same place. Like Jesus is the Son of God.
Fuck me.
Sorry. Wait, what? Where did we go?
I mean, I
Where
give you
did we
more
go?
parables and miracles that are unique to Jesus, if you want me to.
But I just debunked that one. Okay, so
How is it
me ask
debunked?
I just told you it was not unique to Jesus. Before Jesus, other cultures and traditions expressed similar ideas, including the Hebrew Bible, Stoic philosophy, Buddhism, Confucianism in China. So he's not the first person who was like, you should love your enemy and you should not be so confrontational and you should not automatically want to get revenge. He wasn't the first person to say that.
Stella Nova also brings up the Lotus Sutra. That a lot of what he said was ripped off of the Lotus Sutra as
What's
well.
it called? The what?
Lotus, like a lotus flower.
Mhm.
Sutra, S-U-T-R-A. I'm assuming that's,
SUTRA.
yeah, I'm assuming that's Hinduism.
It is Hinduism. But Hinduism is not just like,
Hinduism
it's-
is the oldest recorded religion in
Yes,
the world.
correct.
Animism.
But I'm saying it's not everything that Jesus recorded.
I mean,
We're not saying
it
that.
doesn't
We're
matter.
not saying it's
if-
everything that Jesus recorded. We're saying he
doesn't-
plagiarized from other people and other religions that came before him, and you're calling it unique, and it's not unique.
I said
because
some are
people
unique.
said it before. But none of them so
Mythic
far that
men-
you've given me are unique.
Mythic men like him were not a rarity
What are
back
the
then.
stories, the parables that Jesus told?
Nor were
we
apocalyptic
told
creatures.
I mean, I give you a miracle. So this is whenever Jesus entered a hallway and he met a dad, and the dad was like, Jesus, like, my son is sick, and Jesus like, he's healed. Like what do you mean? Like, he's not here. He's like, he's healed. And then he walks down the hallway and like opens the door, and he realizes that his son is actually healed. And what's crazy is that the people in the room actually said, your son was healed as soon as Jesus healed him. That is unique to the Gospels.
That's in
What
the
was
Gospels?
his ailment to begin with?
Wait,
Was what?
this is in the Gospels, Nick? Hang on, let me ask him where it is in the Gospels. A man walking down a hall and opening a door and finding his son, and they all say Jesus. What? I don't know this story.
It's in Matthew.
Can you find it for me while I read this
Yeah.
real quick?
I got you.
The Jesus' parables were unique in his style and impact, which means how the writer wrote it, but the teachings were rabbinic. So they were not original to him. They were just the style, which would then be the author, because Jesus never wrote anything.
Not so much as a memoir.
It's in John. My fault.
Okay?
John 4.
Let's go. What verses?
46 through 54. I can read it for you if you want me to.
Okay.
So he came again to Cana in Galilee, where he had made the water wine, and at Capernaum there was an official whose son was ill. When this man heard that Jesus had come from Judea to Galilee, he went to him and asked him to come down and heal his son, for he was at the point of unaliving. So Jesus said to him, unless you see signs of wonders, you will not believe. The official said to him, Sir, come down before my child unalives. And Jesus said, Go, your son will live. The man believed the word that Jesus spoke to him and went on his way. As he was going down, his servants met him and told him that his son was recovering. So he asked them the hour where he began to get better, and they said to him, Yesterday, at the 7th hour, the fever left him, and the father knew that was the hour when Jesus said to him, Your son will live. And he himself believed and all his household. This was now the second sign that Jesus did when he had come to Judea to Galilee.
When was
And what
John
does this?
4 written?
Oh, go ahead, Nick.
I'm just wondering when John 4 was written. Give me a minute, I'll be right back.
John was written around 110 AD, so around 7 years after Jesus passed away.
No,
Okay, so
nothing was written 7 years.
70. 70 years.
Nothing was written 7 years after Jesus.
70,
passed
70,
away.
70,
Oh,
70.
okay. I was like, what?
That story.
Okay,
110
okay,
AD.
sorry.
Because
Sorry,
by that point, it would have been written by a friend of a friend of a friend of a friend. How do we know that wasn't just the scribes?
How do we know anything of the ancient
Why do
history?
you like interrupting me?
Wait,
Because-
yeah, let her
because
finish,
I don't like
please.
this-
Wait, no,
Is it
no,
because I'm
no,
a
no, no.
woman?
Wait, stop, both of you. I have asked for people to talk one at a time. Please let Nick finish her question. I don't like it when people think they know where somebody's going with a question. Even if you do, let them finish. Okay? I know where you're going sometimes, Dylan, and I sit here very quietly and listen to the whole story, and then, we look at the verse or whatever. But I listen. Please listen. Go ahead.
So how do we know if the scribes at the time were writing things that were fact, considering they were told by a friend of a friend of a friend? Because, I mean, we have evidence of, like, the woman in the well, for example, was written 600 to 800 years after the fact. So how do we know any of these stories are real, considering, there was nobody who actually walked with Jesus or saw Jesus who wrote a single freaking thing. It was all word of mouth, and also they were adding in their own artistic liberties based on how they grew up and how they knew how to write stories. So how do we know this even happened, being that it was written so far in the future?
Because the main form of communication in the ancient world was oral communication and passing down information across generations. You can look at Alexander the Great, and the earliest writings that we have of him is 300 years after he passed away. Aristotle is 150 years after, etc. This is with every single ancient person in history. It's not.
Dylan,
It is not
I
uncommon.
just realized who you were. I am so sorry. I do know who you are now, and I just wanted to apologize. I do know who you are now.
Okay, you're good.
I put the picture with the voice now. Suddenly it was like click.
Yeah, I would turn on my camera, but
No, that's okay. It just.
I only
dawned on
wanted
me.
to
I was
come
like,
on here
oh,
for a
that's
little
Dylan.
bit. Yeah.
Okay.
So we don't have any worldwide religions that have taken over the earth in the name of Alexander the Great or anybody else that you mentioned. So I actually really don't care if they existed or not. I mean, if you add paranormal shit, we even have paranormal quotation mark writings of Caesar Nero. Okay, so I really don't care about that stuff. What I care about is an individual that was written about long after he unalived that we're supposed to just magically believe the stories, even though we have evidence that scribes would add or take away as they wish. So how do we know any of these parables or any of these stories, any of these healings were actually him doing it and not just scribal embellishment?
Wait, but also, can I point this out? Let's. His point though for this particular miracle is that like this is very unique to Jesus, but it's not unique to Jesus. Maybe that he healed somebody and they thought, hey, that seemed to be about the same time I was talking to Jesus yesterday. But I mean, Elijah in First Kings and Second Kings raises a widow's dead son, and then raises the Shunammite son. Asclepius worshippers went to his temple, and there were healings. So he's certainly not the only healer. That story might be unique, but we all have unique stories. So if you are to eat a taco and I am to eat a taco, we both have eaten tacos, but everything about my adventure with the taco is going to be a different story than your adventure eating a taco. So of course it's a different story. It's different people. It's a different time. It's a different place. But he's certainly not the only one who ever did these kind of miracles.
I would agree. And I don't want to get too deep with philosophy to answer the other person. So I can't read
Nick's,
the name because
Nick, just say Nick.
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 So when like it comes to believing anything in like history, you have to believe the claims that is passed down through like generations and believe your memory and your consciousness. What I truly believe is that what I believe is like my beliefs, but like there's no absolute truth in like anything in the world besides like four things. I can keep on going with like this like deep philosophy conversation, but everything in like history, you have to believe what is taught about the history, because like nobody was alive back in
There has to be
0, 1, 2, 3, 10, 20, 100, 500 AD, etc. So we have to believe the history that was taught to us, and we have to believe the claims that was passed down information across generations. Can I prove that all this happened? No, because like it's a belief at the end of the day.
Okay, may I respond to that?
But wait, let me respond real quick. But
Yeah,
you
you're
don't
good.
actually have to believe. I mean, nobody has to believe anything in history. And
Correct.
a skeptic doesn't automatically believe everything in history. What they do is they take all the stories and any evidence we have, whether it's archaeological or any findings, and they piece together the best story that they can of what they have from the evidence that they have. But they can choose to believe that or not. I think that most skeptics would say this is the most likely thing that happened in history, and not necessarily for sure 100% this is what happened. But there is some things that we know 100% is what happened in history.
But even then, you would have to believe the claims that is told by someone's consciousness.
Now, sometimes we have photographs and videotape of it.
But then, how do we know that that photograph is actually real or not? That's what I'm saying. Is like
Because we can
things can be
compare it
messed
to
with.
several other, and we can use forensic science to determine what is real and what is not.
And then, how do we believe? I mean, then you would have to believe the forensic science as well. That's what I'm saying. Is like there's only like 4 things in life that is actually absolute truth, which is that we are all born in this universe. There's a universe that like we live in. We all pass away
There's
one
only
day.
one
And
thing that we can prove that is true, and that is that we are experiencing. Nothing
correct,
else
but like,
is
but like we were all born, and we are all going to pass away, and
I
we live in
can't
this
prove
universe.
that any more than you can. How can you prove that you were born? Were you there?
Because I'm living
Do you
right now.
remember? That doesn't
Yeah, I
prove
do
it.
actually.
You could have been.
I remember things when
you
I
don't know.
was
You could be a
1-year-old,
sin.
2-year-old, and 3 years old.
That's good. I do too, but that doesn't tell you that you remember being born. And even if you did, you can't rely on your memory.
Why not?
All I'm
So,
saying
like,
is,
if
you can't prove you were born any more than I can prove George Washington was born. The bottom line is, you just said it yourself, because I said we could use forensic science to figure things out, and you said then you would have to believe the science. So I'm telling you, in order for you to say unequivocally you were born, you have to believe some things
Correct.
to be true. Right.
Correct.
So that's not necessarily a fact. It's not a truth. The only true thing is that we're experiencing something right now.
Yeah, and then we have to trust our memory about what we remember about history and what we get told through knowledge from passed down information. This is why whenever and again, I don't like whenever people bring up the fact that that like the earliest writings of Jesus is 40 years after, because every single ancient figure of that time was also written decades after. This is not exclusive
That's
to
not true.
to
That's
Jesus.
not true. That's not true.
Who is a person that was written in the same era?
Let me hang on one second.
Serapis Christos, who predates Jesus.
Christos?
Serapis Christos.
Sarah, how you spell that?
Serapis Christos.
Um, 3rd century BC. Does that sound right?
Sounds about accurate.
Okay. Serious first writings.
He was a Greco-Egyptian deity.
There is no historical records of original writings.
No, because
From
we
him?
already
That's not what you
established-
said. You said that it had to be writings about him while he was alive, not from him. You didn't say that. Jesus
Well,
never wrote
it
anything.
says
So
that-
you can't do that. That's
You're
changing the
fine.
goalpost.
You're fine. My fault. I mean, I was reading so it says that the earliest writing was from the 2nd century, so that would be around 200 years after he
Yeah,
passed
kind
away.
of like most of our writings are starting to come out of the 2nd century of Jesus too. It's kind of weird.
Yeah,
how
but that was his
line-
claim. He's saying there's nobody in ancient that had writings while they were still alive, and I disagree. And I'm going to tell him right here, Julius Caesar. Okay,
Julius Caesar.
his own
is
writings.
also not true.
What?
I mean, I can.
He
pull
was
up a source.
100 to 44 BCE, and Commentary de Bello Gallico, commentaries on the Gallic War, was written in 58 to 50 BCE while he was alive and campaigning. Also, there was others written by Cicero's letters mentioned Caesar directly, and they were written in 50 to 40 BCE. Cicero, his own writings, speeches, and letters are from 80s to 40s BCE, ongoing through his career. Others about him are Sallust, 86 C, and 35 BCE, wrote The Conspiracy of Catiline around 42 BCE, describing events Cicero lived through. Augustus has his own writings, and the list goes on, actually. So I don't know why you thought that. I don't know why.
I mean, I could look up. I mean, so just to make sure that we agree on his passing away, Caesar passed away around 44 BC. Would
Yep.
you agree with that?
Mm-hmm.
All right. And then you said his earliest writing was on when?
It looks like 40s BCE.
40s BCE. Do you know what the writing's called?
It's by Cicero, and the one by him is called the Commentaries on the Gallic War. Was written by Julius Caesar while he was alive. twin, how are you? Hey, pescatarian.
This says around
good
52
morning.
to 51, which would be after he passed away.
He couldn't write something after he passed away.
That's what I'm saying, is that it was probably written
Julius
later
Caesar
on.
wrote Commentaries of the Gallic War, correct? If so, when did he write it?
It says between, oh, my fault, because I was reading it wrong.
He wrote the contemporary
Yeah, he did.
campaigns.
Yeah. But again, I mean, I'm not against that he was a
all
real
I'm
person.
saying is that people do have writings from when they were alive at that time, but Jesus does not, and that's just the bottom line.
But majority do not, and that's my claim.
I don't care if a majority do not. A majority did not claim to walk on water. A majority did not claim to feed 5,000 people.
But then, like, that goes back to the.
A majority
goes
did
back
not
to the
make it. And
question.
the ones that did make these claims, I don't believe them either. Okay,
That's
I
fine.
do not believe for 1 minute that Nero rose from the dead and that was him that led his troops to war. I believe they followed a fake person to war. I don't think that was smart.
But this also goes back to the biggest question in life, which is like, what is the origins of the universe? Like, if like God is actually real, then like it changes everything. I think that a lot of people believe that Jesus was a real person, but have a problem with the actual supernatural stuff. But I think that there's a lot of things that we don't know in the universe, and when you look at the question of what is the origins of the universe, it makes way more logical sense that there's some sort of deity outside of time, matter, and space.
Actually, it makes zero sense to be outside
No
of time and
sense.
space because
That's
you need
actually
time.
illogical.
So
Yeah,
can I ask a question?
Dylan, you need time and space in order to create.
Can
Without
I
time and
can I ask a
space-
question?
Fuck me, you really
Yeah,
don't
go
like my voice, do you?
Let Nick finish real quick and then ask your question.
You're good.
Nick,
I'm
please
sorry.
finish.
Yes.
You need time and space to be able to create. So he cannot live out of time and space.
Okay. I'm gonna first address that question, and then I want to ask y'all a question, because maybe y'all can be the first ones to answer this question.
Okay.
First, so when we think of eternal, the way that we view eternal would obviously be a different definition than what eternal would mean for God. God equals eternal. Eternal equals God. God is outside of time and space, and whenever God created, that was the beginning of time. I know this is not something that is agreed upon among people, but it is a very majority shared view that God is eternal and eternity is God. And whenever God started creating, God was the inventor of time, matter, and space. Now, I want to ask y'all this question, because maybe y'all will be the first ones to give me a answer. The main reasons why I don't believe that the universe is everlasting is because I've never seen chaos create order. I've never seen chaos create order in nature, in space, in sea, in land, anywhere. So how in the world would the universe be chaos to order? It makes no logical sense.
Are volcanoes chaos when they explode?
They are order.
Oh, volcanoes are order. So when they blow and you got the pyroclastic clouds and you've got the waters turning into acid and the sky going black and storms happening, you call that order?
How does a volcano blow up?
Pressure from underneath.
So there's an order behind it.
But I do have something. Okay.
Not
Okay,
with this
Tiny,
one,
I might
but-
need your help with this one, okay? That's why Tiny, I brought you, but here it is. It's self-organization in non-linear systems, okay? And this will be an example of the Belousov-Zabotsky reaction. And I'm so sorry I butcher people's names. Why they give me such hard names? But anyway, it's a chemical reaction that oscillates in color panels spontaneously. At first, the molecules move seemingly randomly, but over time, they form organized spirals and waves. So it happens out of a equilibrium system, can spontaneously organize a branch of nonlinear dynamics. So there is in science, and that's just one example. There's other examples of things in science where we see chaos become order.
What was that called again?
I'll spell it for you because I am so bad at pronouncing it. Okay, ready?
You're good.
It's
Yeah.
the BELOUSOV dash.
I got it.
Okay, you got it?
Yeah, I'm gonna just look up the cause and effect of it.
Okay.
So,
'Cause, like that would
to
mean
talk
order.
about different systems, like the system of a tree. Once an axe or a chainsaw hits that tree, that's causing chaos to that system. That's causing disorder. When we take that tree down and we remove the limbs and reform it, that would be considered chaos to the system of a biological tree.
But
If
there's
we're
still order
taking
time.
well, that's the order that we're imposing on it, and it's negating and reconfiguring the order of the system of a tree. So order and chaos is relational to
I know
the
I said
system.
before, but
in
my
which
wife told me I gotta
it's-
go. I'll see y'all.
Okay.
It's
All
been
right,
fun.
Dylan. All right.
Connie.
Thanks for coming up.
I'll see you, bud. Okay.
Yeah, man. Good luck with that.
How are you doing today, Tiny?
I'm doing okay. Can't complain. I mean, I could, but it probably wouldn't do any good.
Probably not. Let's see who we have here. Hey, Sean, are you over 18 and are you a Christian or a believer of the God of the Bible?
Hello, yes, I'm 24 from Iceland and I am Catholic.
Oh, nice to meet you all the way in Iceland, huh? Well, today I am talking to Christians, and our question today is, what if you are wrong? And the reason I'm asking this question is because I get asked that question a lot from Christians. They'll say, what if you're wrong? Then you're going to go to hell. But if I'm wrong, everything's cool. Nothing bad's going to happen to me.
Yeah,
And I think that that is true. Maybe that happens in the afterlife. But I want to know about right now and the here and now. If you've been wrong this whole time, then untold amount of horror and damage have been done to society due to this religion. What do you think about that?
well, this question comes up a lot in our Bible studies, and we always answer it with the same thing, you know? Because if Christianity is wrong, that means that there's no God, and we just exist, just like that, you know? So there'd be nothing after death, right?
Right.
So our
I'm not
point
talking
is,
about
how do
after
we...
death. I'm talking about on earth. I want to
Yeah,
know.
no, I get that. I get that.
How do we repair all of the atrocities that have been done in the name of your Jesus?
Well, he's also done great things, but how we answer this question is, if Christianity is true,
He's not real
rejecting
in
it...
in what I'm talking about. So if he's
No.
not real, nothing he did that is good even matters at this point. We have
Exactly.
to repair the damage of what has happened if he wasn't real. How do we
So-
repair that damage?
To answer your question straight up, what if you're wrong, or if we're wrong as Christians? So if Christianity is true, rejecting it has eternal consequences. But if Christianity is wrong, then living a life full of love, honesty, and forgiveness and pursuit of truth, that's not so bad, is it?
You haven't answered my question.
Okay, what is it? How do we repair?
How to repair the damage that your religion has done to society? Millions and millions of people have died because of this religion. Women have been burnt at the stake because of this religion. Women are being abused in households today. Right now, some woman is being beat because it's okay to beat your wife, to many Christians, because of this religion, because she is nothing but a piece of property. Little girls are raped and used in sex trafficking because their fathers are told they can sell them in this Bible. how do we repair the damage this has done to half of society, if not more, because the marginalized people, because of the slavery that was endorsed, because of the land that was stolen? How do we repair all of that?
It's a very heavy question, and the answer is, honest to God, we don't know. We are not gonna repair all the wrong that it's done. But an honest to God Christian in modern days wouldn't do any of the things you just mentioned. They would not be Christian if they do.
Literally
No,
are
you
doing it in
wouldn't.
modern times right
You
now.
wouldn't.
Yeah, I hate
And
to put it like that, but it is the truth. An actual
you
honest to God
you
Christian
don't
wouldn't do any of
you
those
don't get
things.
to decide that. As long as they are living within what the Bible says, they are honest to God Christians, and they are only doing what your God says that they are allowed to do. And for you to say they're
Exactly.
not real Christians because you wouldn't do it, it doesn't make them not a real Christian. That's
So
called Pascal's
Christianity,
wager, and you don't win on that game. Nobody
I
wins.
wouldn't, because you're
Well,
right.
that's
That's the
actually
problem with
called
this
a no
topic. You're
true
absolutely
Scotsman.
correct.
Oh, no true Scotsman. I always say
Yeah,
it
it's a
wrong.
no
I
true
don't know.
Scotsman fallacy.
That's right.
It's
No
like
true
saying
Scotsman.
that you could apply it like this. Like the saying goes, "No true Scotsman eats haggis or eats porridge in the morning,"
Yeah.
or
That's a
no
great
true
point.
Scotsman doesn't wake up and drink coffee in the morning. Or something like that. Like there's certain subjective criteria that are being applied, but the whole system as a whole, like, is based on interpretation. So there's no such thing as a no true Christian.
So, Christianity is not holy. That's not what makes you holy. Christianity was used to justify slavery. It used to justify crusades and rape
It still
and
is.
terrible things. But as a Christian, which is a follower of Christ, being a Christian is what makes you holy. Following the teachings of Jesus is what makes you holy. Love
What
your
does
neighbor.
holy mean?
Treat others
What
as you
does
would treat
what does
yourself.
holy mean? What does holy mean?
Holy means you forgive, you have grace, you accept everybody, you do to people what you would do to yourself, and you love everyone regardless of what they do. You love your enemies. That's what Jesus taught us. That's
don't
why
think
he
that's what
talks
holy
over and over
means.
again about the new covenant, because the old covenant is obsolete now. After Jesus, he brought up a new covenant that we are supposed to follow. We're supposed to follow his teachings. And those teachings are good. They're inherently good. They make you a
No,
better person.
they aren't. They allow you to be
No.
abused. And
No, Jesus wouldn't let that happen.
Sean, Jesus doubled down on slavery. You know that, right?
Yeah, because in that time, slavery was a thing. And if slavery was still a thing, we'd follow the rules that he put in. We would
He
remain
isn't
enslaved
all
for 6
free.
years.
Hey,
We
hey,
wouldn't
hey,
be
don't
treated. We'd
talk
treat
over
them.
each other. I hate it, you guys.
Sorry,
Please,
Crystal.
one at a time.
It's my bad. It's
Please,
my
one
bad.
at a time.
It's my bad. I'm sorry.
Okay,
Sorry,
everybody
Crystal.
settle down for 1 second. I want to go back to holy for just a minute, okay? Because I don't think holy means what Christians think it means, okay? Did Rav request up? Did he? He can come up if he wants. I'll send him an invite. The word holy means set apart or distinct. That's all it means. So you could be holy and be a murderer, Sean. Did you know that?
Yeah, holiness doesn't equal perfection. That's not what I meant.
No, I don't
It's
mean
separation
that.
from
I mean, you
sin.
could be a bad person. No, it doesn't. It means that you're set apart. That's all it means. I'm going to read
Well-
you a scripture, okay? It's Leviticus 27:28. No devoted thing that a person devotes to the Lord of all that they have, of human beings, or of animals, or of houses, or of fields, shall be sold or ransomed. Everything so devoted is most holy to the Lord. So I brought my friend who's a rabbi up. Rabbi, in 27:28, who are the human beings and the animals and stuff they're talking about in this verse?
Sorry, you said you were in Leviticus 27:28?
Uh-huh.
Sorry, let me just give me 1 second.
Do you have a
Well-
cold?
Leviticus 27:28?
Yeah.
Give me 1 second. I don't. It might be one of those situations where the Christian Bible does not have the same verses.
Oh, okay. Okay. I don't
what is
have
it?
my Jewish. It's the one that says, "No devoted thing that a person devotes to the Lord of all that they have, of human beings or of animals or of houses or of fields, shall be sold or ransomed. Everything so devoted is most holy to the Lord."
But all of anyone owns, be it man or beast or land of their holding, nothing that they have prescribed for Adonai may be sold or redeemed. Every prescribed thing is totally consecrated to Adonai. No human being who has been prescribed can be ransomed. They shall be put to unalivement.
Because they are holy, right?
I guess I didn't even look. Yeah, it says Kodesh Kedoshim, who Ladonai. Yeah,
Yeah.
that they are.
So these people who have been punished to unalivement for whatever their crime may be, Sean, are considered holy to God. It means they're set apart. It doesn't mean you're good. It doesn't mean you're special because you are good. It means you're separated for a specific reason for God. He may determine that reason, but it doesn't mean good. That's
Yeah, I
not
know,
what it
because
means. Oh,
even
but you
in the
keep saying
Bible,
for Christians to be holy, you're to be to like it means a good thing, but holy isn't always good.
Just
So
replace the
you
word
know, like
holy
if you
with
want to be,
separate.
yes, because in
yeah,
the Bible, David still sinned. Peter denied Jesus, but God still called them holy. You know, the holy means we have to
no.
set apart from sin. That's what it means in the
These
whole
people were not set apart for sin. They're actually being destroyed because of their sin. They
Yes,
weren't
because
like,
it's a
oh,
struggle.
so they no.
I think you're misunderstanding what Crystal's
Yeah,
trying to explain, and
he's missing the
like
point entirely.
Uh,
there is
Okay.
holiness and there's everything else. There's
mm,
two categories. There's holiness, which is set apart, put into a box, put into a container of holiness, separate, and then there is everything else. And holiness is nuclear. It's dangerous. It's radioactive. So as you approach it, and you are not holy yourself, or you are not prepared to come closer to holiness, then you will croak.
mm.
This is Sean. I think this is like the fundamental issue with Christians is that there is no understanding of the foundational texts that basically allow you to think that you have understood something, but you haven't.
That's a great point. Yeah, you're right. Most of Christians do have that problem. You're absolutely correct.
I think that Christians, personally, when I was a Christian, I wasn't trying to be holy. I was trying to be Christ-like. I was trying to be what I thought Jesus was like. I was trying to be sanctified through Jesus. Set apart is not always for good. Set apart could be for good or for bad. You could be being set apart for destruction or set apart to be anointed as, you know, like a healer or a prophet or something like that. So I think it's more important that you, as a Christian, would want to be sanctified.
Mm.
I find it really curious, and I know we're taking it back a bunch of steps.
Go ahead, take it
And
back. I got kind of off track there.
Yeah, no, I won't linger on it for too long because I don't want to take over the overall live. But Sean, you said that you and your Bible study discussed the background topic in length, and you said there would be no God, which is very odd to me, considering there are thousands of religions, over 18,000 gods. Your people had their own religion before Christianity and their God set. Why? And this is always curious to me. It's just a curiosity. Why would you throw the baby out with the bathwater and say, well, if it's not the Christian God, it's no God? Considering we have documented evidence of gods that are much, much older, thousands of years older than the Israelite God. Why would you just assume that there is no God, gods, being that you Iceland has such a rich history in their own religion?
Well, yeah, it's a good thing that you brought that up. I've only been a Christian for nearly a couple of years only, but I am convinced with every fiber of my being. The reason why I am, and this is the only God, is first, the historical evidence, and second, personal experience of millions of people throughout history, or even modern day, that speak
Have
about
you had personal
having an
experience?
encounter with God.
Have you had it?
But
I didn't, but
Have you?
I had a conviction that cannot be explained other than a divine intervention.
do you know
My life got
So
instantly better the moment I accepted God and Christianity.
Yeah, that's
you
what
don't
the
think that the
secret
people in Iceland that are, had experiences with their deities and witnessed those experiences and witnessed those deities in the same way, you don't think that they had those experiences? Do you think that those
Each
experiences are less valid?
No. Someone made a counter argument for this argument that I've made, saying that each person that believes in their own religion or their own God had an encounter with that specific God, because that's what we do as humans, you know? But I'm
So
saying
those
that the
experiences
majority
would
of the
be
world
equitable.
have seen Jesus,
Right, but those
Um,
experiences with Jesus are equitable with literally every culture's depiction of every single deity that
but
has
they're
existed
not.
historically. It's literally equitable.
But they've never read the Bible. They've never seen
What's
or
the
talked
difference
to a
between.
priest before. They just had an encounter
Wait,
with
wait, wait.
God
Yes,
because
they
they
have.
said,
They have
God, show us the
priests,
way.
they have magi's, they have shamans, they have different metrics of what priests are under their religious view. So
Yeah,
it's
but I'm
literally
talking.
the same. There's no symmetry breaker between the belief in Christianity and the belief in paganism, the belief in Hinduism, the
that's
belief in any other religious or spiritual ideology. There's literally no symmetry breaker.
and this is the other, like, on top of that, claiming that it is Christianity as the foundational truth for you. You, like, the whole notion of what, like, why Christianity, why Jesus, why do you claim that that is this messianic figure, savior figure?
Because of the historical evidence. They're almost
okay.
undeniable.
Great.
Okay.
So
Let's start right there. I really need to know. Just give me one piece of historical evidence, Sean. Go ahead.
That's very simple. I'll give you the most important one, actually. So the
Okay.
Bible is 76 books because I'm Catholic. They
Oh, the
were written
Bible is not
across.
historical evidence, Sean. I'm sorry. That's the claim. Can
No,
you
no, no,
give me
no.
actual historic? No, no. I'm
Okay,
legally
fine,
not
fine, fine.
accepting
Not
that.
the Bible.
That's
Not the
the
Bible. It's
claim.
okay. I don't have to use it. I don't have to use it. So the historical evidence I'm going to use is Jesus' life, death, and resurrection. How
That's
it
from the
wasn't even
Bible,
written in the
Sean.
Bible.
Can you show me
No, no,
where
no,
else it
no.
was written?
It was written in different texts and different documents
Tell
that
me.
did not happen to
What
be the
was it?
Bible.
What was it?
I would have to search it up, but I know that for a fact.
But I thought you
Because
did
there
all
were
this because
documented
that's why you
events.
became a Christian. You did all the research and you were like, oh, this is so historically proof that now I'm a Christian. And then you don't know
No,
what it was that showed you?
I came across them.
Tacitus and Josephus incoming.
No, I came across the documented events. They didn't happen to be just the Bible. I
There
did
is
come across other documented
Sean,
events.
there
I just
is
don't remember the name.
there is none. There is none.
There's eyewitnesses and early church explosions because of this. People
There
risked
is none.
everything for something they genuinely believed happened.
First Nick and then Rabbi. Nick, go, and then Rabbi.
Sean brought up life, unalivement, and resurrection, which primarily comes from Egypt. That is not a new concept for Jesus alone.
No, but that's a prophecy for Jesus. That's because he's the
No, it
Messiah.
isn't, because none of the messianic prophecies say that a Messiah will be sent to be unalived for us. The Messiah was a person who was supposed to prepare the world and get it ready for God to come back and dwell with us. At no point does the the Old Testament ever state that the Messiah would be unalived.
Well, the Messiah in the old scriptures had to fulfill 5 prophecies, and he did. Jesus got 300 of them, but 5 of them are the most
Okay.
important that made him the Messiah.
Before we let him tell us about that, I do want to address YouTube chat real quick. Hey, AR over on YouTube, why would I talk about something I didn't believe in? And you also said that you can't give characteristics to something that doesn't exist. Well, that's ridiculous. Of course I can. We have given characteristics to mermaids and they don't exist. We have given characteristics to dragons and they don't exist. We give characteristics to fictional characters, and yet we all know them. We know their characteristics. If I ask you who was the hero in the Star Wars original trilogy, and who was the bad guy, you would tell me that it was Luke Skywalker was the hero and Darth Vader was the bad guy. So we can look at fiction. Okay, Leah, we can look at characteristics in something fictional and still say this is bad. This fictional character is bad. And now why do I talk about this fictional character is because I was raised in the church for 40 years. I was in the church for over 40 years. As a Christian, I was a Bible study teacher, a Sunday school teacher. I was a youth group leader. And after coming out of the church, I felt like I had been lied to. It left me feeling like I wanted to help other people who had, doubts about the religion, and let them know it's okay to not believe, and that you don't have some empty, worthless life when you stop believing in God. Actually, I have never had more peace and happiness in my life since leaving Christianity, because I no longer have some God looking over my shoulder or listening to my thoughts or judging every single thing I do, no matter how good I try to be. Nobody I love is ever going to have to go to hell. So that's good too. So Sean, what are these 5 prophecies that Jesus had to fulfill and that he did?
Well,
let's start with the first one.
He fulfilled over 300 Mosaic prophecies, like from the old scriptures, but 7 of them, not just 5, I'm sorry, I was wrong on saying 5. 7 of them is what would make him the Messiah. I'll give you the first one. I'll give you all of them. They're very brief. The first one is
I don't want all of them. I want one of them. Where does it say in the Old Testament that the Messiah has to be born of a virgin?
There is, actually, in Isaiah 7:14.
Okay, let's turn to Isaiah 7:14, everybody.
I love Isaiah 7:14.
Me too.
I love it.
A really cool story about King Ahaz and his son.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. Okay,
Yeah, so maybe we should start at 7:1.
That's what we're gonna do. What we're gonna do. We're gonna start at 7:1. And I am reading from the NRSV. I don't have the updated edition, so but I have as close as I can. All right, here we go. In the days of Ahaz, son of Jotham, son of Uzziah. Okay,
Uzziah.
what is it? Uzziah.
Uzziah. Yeah.
All of these.
Uzziah. Yeah.
Okay, Uzziah, king of Judah, king of Rezin of Aram, and King Pekah, son of Remaliah, okay, of Israel, went up to attack Jerusalem, but could not mount an attack against it. When the house of David heard that Aram had allied itself with Ephraim, the heart of Ahaz and Ephraim. Okay, the heart of Ahaz. I really feel bad when I mispronounce that one because I know it's your son's name. So I always feel bad. Ephraim, the heart of Ahaz and the heart of his people shook as the trees of the forest shake before the wind. Then the Lord said to Isaiah, "Go out to meet Ahaz, you and your son, Shear-Jashub, at the end of the conduit of the upper pool on the highway to the fuller's field, and say to him, take heed, be quiet, do not fear. Do not let your heart be faint because of these 2 smoldering stumps of firebrands, because of the fierce anger of Rezin and Aram," and just read these names for me already, "and the son of Remaliah, because Aram and Ephraim and the son of Remaliah has plotted evil against you, saying, let us go up against Judah and cut off Jerusalem and conquer it for ourselves and make the son of Tabeel king in it. Therefore, thus says the Lord God. So who are we talking about here, Rabbi?
The king Ahaz.
And what is God's message so far? What do they want him to do? They want him to like take heed, be quiet. Like they're talking, like this is all for him, right?
Yeah. It's very specific. It's individual specific is what, yeah.
Okay. It shall not stand and it shall not come to pass, for the head of Aram is Damascus, and the head of Damascus is Rezin. Within 65 years, Ephraim will be shattered, no longer a people. The head of Ephraim is Samaria, and the head of Samaria is the son of Remaliah. If you do not stand firm in faith, you shall not stand at all. Again, the Lord spoke to Ahaz, saying, ask a sign of the Lord your God. Let it be deep as Sheol or high as heaven. But Ahaz said, I will not ask. I will not put the Lord to the test. Then Isaiah said, hear then, O house of David, is it too little for you to weary mortals, that you weary my God also? Therefore the Lord himself will give you a sign. Look, the young woman is with child.
Who a sign?
The
Lord will give who a sign?
It says, it will give you a sign, right?
Yes.
King Ahaz. Yep, King Ahaz a sign. I'm saying, like,
Okay.
listen, O house of David. In other words, listen, King Ahaz, you son of David. Is it not enough for you, King Ahaz, to treat the agents as helpless, that you, King Ahaz, also treat my God as helpless? Assuredly, my sovereign, meaning Isaiah, my sovereign, will give you, King Ahaz, a sign nonetheless. Look, your wife, the young woman, is with child, and about to give birth to a son. About to give birth. Verily soon. Let her name him Emmanuel. Sorry to interrupt you, Crystal, but I think the pronouns,
That's fine.
like, it's crucial to understand who to rightly divide the scripture.
Was Mary pregnant, Sean, for hundreds of years?
600 years.
600 years? Was
And
she
why didn't they
pregnant
just
for...
why didn't they name Jesus Emmanuel? Why did they name him Jesus?
I mean,
this
she's
woman
got
is not a
elephant feet.
virgin. This woman is not a virgin.
But this
Well,
verse is not speaking about Mary.
Well,
Who was
exactly.
speaking
but-
of that? Wait. You said this was about Jesus. This was a prophecy about Jesus.
Oh, that was
Who is it?
the other way around. This verse is speaking of Mary, not the wife of the king.
No,
or
it's not
whoever.
speaking of Mary. No, it's not.
just read
it's
it.
literally speaking
Because
of to
I have it in
Ahaz,
front of
and,
me.
and I know you
Therefore,
have
the Lord
apologetics
himself
in
will
front
give
of
you
you.
a sign. The virgin will conceive and give birth to a son.
Yeah, you have
That
a
word
bad
is
call
not
him
translation.
virgin.
Emmanuel.
That word is not virgin there.
It's Alma. The
That
word is
word-
Alma. It just means young woman of marriageable age.
I have the updated version of the Bible right here. This is
No,
the
you
true
don't.
translation.
No, you
this is the
don't.
wooden translation.
No, you don't.
Sean,
Excuse
I'm
me,
reading
sir.
the Hebrew.
He speaks
It
Hebrew.
says, "Lachen yiten Adonai, hu lachem oto, hine ha'alma, hara v'yoledet ben v'karat shmo Immanuel." Literally, it says ha'alma hara, meaning hara, verily soon. Hara yoledet ben. She is verily soon about to give birth to a son, v'karat, and she shall call him shmo, in the name of Emmanuel, that his name will be God is with us. It is literally talking about a woman who is about to give birth. It is not a virgin. It is a either young woman or newly married woman. The idea of virgin is something superimposed on the text by Christian post hoc.
That's how we
And
explain
it was somebody
it.
who was pregnant at the same time right back then. This is not a future event for that, hundreds of years later or 1,000 years later or whatever. This was happening right then. And this was for King Ahaz right then. This is not a dual fulfilled prophecy. Nobody even believed in that until Christians started adding that in. Nobody believed that a prophecy could be fulfilled by two different people.
You have to be able to explain why the word hara is there. You have to be able to say that. She is currently, she is immediately pregnant. She is about to give birth. And by the way, you're not parsing it correctly. Assuredly, my sovereign, meaning assuredly, Isaiah's sovereign, will give you, King Ahaz, a sign nonetheless. Look, King Ahaz, the young woman is with child and about to give birth to a son. Let her name him Emmanuel. It is Isaiah speaking to King Ahaz uh, about the woman that is directly in front of them who is pregnant and saying, God is with you.
And when did we ever in the history of ever in this Bible hear anybody call Jesus Emmanuel?
Only in worship songs.
No, so not in this Bible.
Nope. Nope, never.
Also,
Okay,
it's
so you
always
want to give
funny
me
to me
another one? Want to
it's
try
always funny
another
to me.
one?
It's always funny to me when people say Manuel because it doesn't actually like the word is Imanu, meaning with us, El. So
Oh,
like Manuel doesn't actually make any sense.
Emmanuel. Oh my God, that we say Emmanuel. Emmanuel.
You know what? I actually love that pronunciation over Emmanuel. Emmanuel.
Me too.
I love that.
Emmanuel.
Emmanuel.
Manu.
I like that name.
Emmanuel. Nanu.
Yeah.
Nanu.
Nanny, nanny.
Nanu.
I hate
So
that I'm
Sean,
old
that's
enough
one
that I
down.
get
One
That
down,
is
six to
not
go.
one down. We're not gonna move from it because if you go to Matthew 1:23, you can
When was
read it.
Matthew written and when was Isaiah 7 written? You're using a sharpshooter fallacy. It's called post hoc.
Emmanuel was a name that was used for Jesus as well. I'm giving it to you. In Matthew 1:23.
Matthew
Oh,
1:17.
I'm sorry.
No,
Okay, I did ask.
1:23.
I did ask, and yes, Matthew did call him that after he read the verse in Isaiah. You are right. I apologize. It does. Matthew did go, hey, that verse, we could use that and pretend that it's a prophecy, and then say
But-
Jesus fulfilled it.
Was it not a different spelling though because it was spelled
Yes.
I-N-M? Yeah,
Yes.
so
I mean, you're
I mean,
you're
I know
talking
I'm
about
splitting
Hebrew
hairs
versus
at that
Greek.
point, but
Actually, I'd
but-
be curious to know
Is-
what it says in the Greek. What's the exact verse?
It is Matthew 1:23.
so
and Mary
now-
did not name him that, and Mary never called him that. And it didn't say he would be like called that like as in a nickname. It says he will be named Emmanuel, like that will be his name. And Jesus was named Jesus, not, which was more like Joseph
funny,
or
it's-
something at the time.
It is a transliterated Greek word. They literally transliterate the Hebrew into Greek.
Okay. So that's why it's spelled differently.
Yeah.
But
Okay.
I mean, that's not the first time the Book of Matthew rips off from other writings. So I mean, the whole Herod story is a direct ripoff of what was going on in Egypt in the time of Moses.
Well, that's the beauty of the name. Emmanuel means God is with us, and God did become flesh, and that's why he was
But
named
he was never
Emmanuel, but
called
he's
that.
with us.
But he was
He was
not
never
named.
called that.
Mary never named him
Look at-
that, Sean. That's a lie. He was never named
the rest-
Emmanuel.
Look at the rest of the verse. The people would not have even known what Emmanuel meant. That's how you know that it was clearly not talking about that time period. The rest of the verse has to explain, which should be translated as with us, ho theos. Like,
Mhm.
like, why would they have to explain that if it was clearly about that?
Because Matthew, as the lady earlier mentioned it, he quoted the verse from Isaiah 7:14 to show that Jesus fulfilled the prophecy. He was quoting it. He didn't use it. He was actually quoting it. You're right.
Sean, do you know what midrash is?
Is that a Hebrew word or is that English?
Yeah, midrash is a genre of rabbinical literature that uses text to supplement its own argument. And so, literally, this happens throughout the Christian Bible, where verses are referenced not as prophecy, but as um, substantiating their argument. And so the issue that I think you're misunderstanding is that the Isaiah text is not thinking of Jesus 600 years later. It is that the Christian text is aware of the Hebrew text and is using it to gain credibility. To assume that it is a prophecy, Sean, listen, to assume that it is a prophecy, you would need to be able to demonstrate in the Isaiah text where it's talking about Jesus. What you've done is you have shot an arrow at a tree, painted a target around it, and called it a bullseye.
Yep.
It's dishonest.
That's why he's
Hey,
quoting
but
it.
before we
Emmanuel
go
is
on
not a
any-
name. It's a
Yes, it
descriptive
is.
title. It's theological statements.
Stop
The
for
Isaiah
just 1 minute,
text is
please.
not a prophecy. You are using
not
it
a
as a
prophecy.
prophecy post hoc.
It was for Ahaz. It was a warning for Ahaz. It was to let him know what was going to happen. And if you keep reading, she has the baby. Okay. Hang on 1 second, you guys. I've been live for almost 2 hours. Why can't I get you guys to tap that screen? What do I gotta do, huh? You guys will tap your freaking fingers off for other people, but for me, we're sitting at 15,000 likes after 2 hours. So here's what's gonna happen. Get me to 50,000 likes in 10 minutes. Or Nick is gonna turn off the comments until we get up there, okay? I'm making Nick be the bad guy. We have got to get those likes up.
Did you give me
Can I
mod
give another
powers?
example?
I'm sorry, what, Nick?
Can I give another? Oh, sorry, Nick.
Yes, Rabbi, but
Oh,
hang
no.
on 1 second. What, Nick?
Did you give me mod powers?
Well, you used to have them. Did you start?
Yeah,
to do
but then
it?
I did my magical disappearing act though, remember?
Well, now you don't get them back. No, I'm just kidding. That's your punishment.
This is the
Okay,
punishment
now-
for my sin of disappearing.
Yeah, it's disappearing on me. When I have abandonment issues, Nick. Okay, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Rabbi.
Okay, so here's my example. If I take the Scarlet Letter, the book The Scarlet Letter, and I put the letter A on some lady in the town square, then I'm claiming that that was a prophecy about that lady. I don't know why I chose the Scarlet Letter.
That would be intellectual dishonesty. Yes, I agree.
That's what you're
Yeah, I
doing.
agree. I agree.
That's
The
what you're doing.
Alright.
text is intellectually dishonest. I'm glad we're on the same page. 1 down, 6 to go.
All right. You didn't fully convince me, but you made amazing points. The second one is being born in Bethlehem. In Micah?
Yes.
5-2. 5-2.
Okay. How many people were born in Bethlehem at that time?
Not many. It is a very tiny place.
Not many.
Bethlehem was tiny.
Okay. Because I don't find that
It's
to
not
be
the
a
obvious
really
capital
good.
choice.
I
It's
don't
very
find that
tiny.
to be a really good prophecy there. But let's see where Micah 5:2, the Messiah. This is about the Messiah again. Has to be born in Bethlehem.
Okay, 5-2. Just straight up. Or you can read
Okay,
before it,
hang on.
as you wish.
Let me look. I
This is
haven't
actually
read Micah in a
amazing.
long time. Do you have it, Rabbi?
Yeah. And you,
Oh,
O
okay.
Bethlehem, and you, O Bethlehem of Ephrat, least among the clans of Judah, from you one shall come forth to rule Israel for me, whose origin is from old, from ancient times. So I would argue that this is absolutely a prophecy. This is 100% a great example of a messianic prophecy.
And the fulfillment is
Okay.
in Matthew 2:1.
Hold on 1 second. Let's first parse out what the elements of the prophecy are. Okay? And you, O Bethlehem of Ephrat, least among the clans of Judah. So there is we're talking about the town of Bethlehem. From you, one shall come forth. So there shall be somebody who comes forth from Bethlehem to rule Israel for me. Okay, so the first element of the prophecy is that they're going to come forth from Bethlehem. The second element is that they will rule Israel, and the third element is that whose origin is from old, from ancient times. In other words, their lineage is from long ago.
From David, yes.
Yeah, from David, exactly. Okay, so three elements here need to be fulfilled to fulfill this prophecy. They have to come from Bethlehem. They have to rule over Israel, and they have to be of the line of David. So
Yes.
you can say, let's just grant the Christian Bible for a moment. Jesus doesn't actually come from Bethlehem. He comes from Nazareth. He was just born in Bethlehem. And the ruling of Israel, we'll come back to that one in a second. The origin of old from the Davidic line would need to come from Joseph, his father's line. Your tribal affiliation is from your tribal line. I can't remember. Who is the claim that Jesus' father was?
Joseph.
Nope.
Oh, you mean when we do Joseph's the father, and then
Joseph's Jesus' father? I thought God was Jesus'
Oh no,
father.
God is Jesus' father. Oh yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So you have zero, and by the way, rule Israel. Jesus never ruled over Israel. So you have 0 out of the 3 of this prophecy.
Actually, if you don't mind, real quick.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So, born in Bethlehem, right? You'll find that in Matthew 2:1. Lineage
I'll
of
even grant you
David,
that one.
you'll find that in Luke 3:23 to 31.
He
but
granted you that one.
Yeah, I granted you the Bethlehem thing. The idea
Lineage of David.
Yeah, but the issue is the line of David has to come through Joseph, and Joseph's not his father.
That I'm giving it to you where it's fulfilled, where you can find it. It's in Luke 3:23 to 31. If you want to read it. I mean, I don't want to make you.
What'd you say? Yeah, Luke, what is it? Luke what?
Luke 3:23 to 31.
Nobody has.
Well, I hope you do.
3 through 31.
23 to 31, yes, sir.
No, I was
3
talking to somebody in chat. I'm sorry.
Okay.
We need announcements and reminders.
Guys, you got 4 minutes to get to 50K. I'm just saying, you better hurry up.
Yeah, you guys are halfway there. Come on.
Tapping with 3 fingers, you guys. You need to up your tap game. I mean, I'm feeling sorry for some wives right now. I'm just saying.
I'm just telling you, you guys go get your toy out of your drawer, left-hand side of the bed, second drawer down, next to the Trojans.
How do you know that?
Grab that and then just put it on your screen. That rabbit does wonders, I promise you.
That's
Joke's on you. Mine's on the right side of the bed.
Mine's a rope.
I have mine on both sides of the bed. No, I'm just
Joke's on you. It is my bed.
It is my...
That's pretty good.
The electric toothbrush works too. That's what I meant. What did you guys think I meant? No, just kidding.
I mean, I worked at Spencer's for a year and a half. My mind was not going to toothbrush. I'm sorry.
All right, listen, if you guys keep tapping like this, I'll give you another 15 minutes to get to 50, okay? Because you guys did start, you like doubled the likes so far. So if you keep tapping, the comments can stay on.
So it says, now Jesus himself was about 30 years old when he began his ministry. He was the son, so it was thought, of Joseph. But the implication was that he wasn't the son of Joseph.
Yeah, he's not the son of Joseph because he's the son of God.
Right. So
you know that because the Holy Spirit gets her pregnant when they do the.
You got to pick one, Sean. Is he the son of God or is he the? And by the way, as your attorney, if I could be your attorney for a moment, I would.
Even if we allowed for the line of David through to Joseph, that was a cursed line, and God said that line would never sit on the throne of David.
And
that
also,
comes from the line of Jeconiah.
You still haven't explained how Jesus ruled over Israel.
Yeah, he didn't do that either.
Unless you're going to argue that it was a spiritual ruling.
I don't know a single Israelite or
They
Jewish
called him king.
today who believes that Jesus...
No, Christians do not call him, or Jews do not call him king. No, they don't.
No. The Jewish
you're
people...
literally speaking to a rabbi right there. They do not call him king. They never did.
Yeah, he was never a king.
But
He never
On try
sat on
number
the
the
three.
throne.
thing is, in Matthew 1 to 16, it traces Jesus' legal lineage through Joseph. Am I wrong? Did I read the whole thing wrong?
Matthew, you said
Did
Luke.
you hear what I
about
said?
Matthew?
What's up? Sorry.
I said that we can't go through to the line of Joseph because he wasn't the father. But let's grant you the fact and say, well, there's a loophole. They let him count as the father. Okay. The line of David that Joseph comes from was cursed by God himself. And he said, nobody from this line will ever sit on the throne of David. It was the line of Jeconiah, and it was cursed by God. So Jesus cannot be the Messiah because that line is cursed.
And what the rabbi seems to be getting wrong here is God is Jesus' father because Jesus is God. But
That's what he
Jesus'
said.
biological lineage is traced through Mary. Not, oh my God.
No, it's not. No,
Oh,
it's not.
Sean, you misunderstand. The biology is, yes, the fact that he is of Israel is traced through his mother, but his tribal affiliation is through his father. That's how that works. And by the way, if you read verse 16 in Matthew 1, it says, "And Jacob the father of Joseph, husband of Mary, and Mary was the mother of Jesus who is called the Messiah." It doesn't actually say that Joseph is his father.
But Mary's line is the biological link that we're looking for.
No.
It doesn't matter. It's irrelevant because the tribal affiliation, the tribe of Judah, which is the essential piece of being of the Davidic line, it doesn't matter if his mother was of the tribe of Judah. It only matters what his father's line is because your tribal affiliation is passed down through your father's line. You would know that if it was your book, but it's not, so I can't hold you accountable for that.
They didn't start going through the mother's line until much later. Rabbi Bert could probably say about what era, but up until then, they went through the father's line.
Well, we go through the father's line for the tribal affiliation,
Yeah.
right? So you are of is like my Judaism, my affiliation with Israel comes through my mother, but my tribal affiliation as a tribe of Levi comes through my father's side.
Yeah, but Joseph wasn't Jesus' biological father. We agree on that. I know that, yes. But
Exactly.
he was legally his father because Mary was his wife.
Sean, now ask another question. How does adoption work in Judaism?
By law, a child belongs to the husband.
No, adoption does not
So,
exist in Judaism.
so Jesus inherited
There is
David's throne legally. That's how it works.
Sean, wait, let
I'm trying
Rabbi
to explain.
tell you how adoption works, okay?
There is no adoption. There is only stewardship. There is no adoption in lineage. There is no adoption of lineage.
But it says clearly here, if I'm not looking at it wrong, it says that by law, a child belongs to the husband.
Where are you looking?
And Mary was Joseph's wife.
What I'm
Where are
trying
you
to
looking
explain
for
to you
one?
is-
And two, again, that line was cursed. That line is cursed. The
How
line
is
of
it cursed?
Jeconiah God cursed it. He got pissed. And he said, all of your descendants, every freaking one of them, not one of them gets to sit on this throne through eternity. You will never see the throne of David. Anybody else in the whole thing can sit on that throne, but not you and not your ancestors or your descendants. Not one. And he is one. So he cannot be.
Then he must have forgave him later on because Joseph has
No, he
legal
doesn't.
claim over David's
No, he
throne.
doesn't.
When did
No, he
that
doesn't.
happen?
John, where are you
You
getting
just
your
wanted to.
Can you cite your source, please?
Yes, I'm trying to remember because I know for a fact that Joseph has legal claim over David's throne. I know that.
No, he doesn't.
Where does that
That's
say
why I'm
that?
trying to dig in my head. I do remember something of the sort.
It sounds like
That's
I
a
do
Christian
agree.
apologetic.
Even
I
if
do
we
agree
grant
that
you
it's
all
in
of
your
this-
head.
Huh.
Of course you would.
Sean, even if we grant you all of this, you would still have to explain how Jesus ruled over Israel.
ruled in a sense. It could be spiritually, it could be through divine, it could be through followers, it could be
Sean,
through his
Sean,
teachings. I don't know what this
Sean,
means. It didn't
Sean,
just become the
Sean,
president.
Sean. It is a ridiculous notion to expect that a spiritual ruler would be ruling over the kingdom of Israel. The entire point is to resist the occupation and restore Jewish hegemony in the land of Israel. That is the point. Anything beyond that is sad apologetic. Okay, so
And,
2 down,
like-
4 to go, 5 to go.
I want to tell you something, Sean. It's not easy being up here with 3 people coming at you. So I do admire you. You're doing it.
No, I'm loving this, actually.
Okay. Okay, good. And I also want you to know that the first time somebody told me something that was the antithesis of what I believed as a Christian, I didn't believe them either. I would have been sitting there right where you are right now and said, nah, there's got to be something else. So I totally get where you're coming from, and I do appreciate you letting us go through all these with you. I hope that that when you walk away, maybe you'll decide like, hey, maybe I should be a little bit more skeptical, and I'm going to go look at this from both sides of the coin instead of just Christian apologetics from now on. But go on. What's the third one?
Fourth one, I think we're at 4, right?
Oh,
Right.
we're at
Keeping
4?
track.
I don't know.
You did Emmanuel and you did Micah.
Yeah, born of a
Yeah, so
virgin,
7.
Bethlehem, lineage of David. The next one is probably my favorite, my second favorite actually, ministry of miracles and preaching.
Wait, just hold on
Where
a
is
second,
that
Sean.
as a prophecy?
He's actively showing he's the Messiah by healing, teaching, and proclaiming freedom.
That's not a
exactly what
prophecy,
Isaiah
though.
said.
Sean,
No, it's the prophecy of Isaiah. Isaiah 61,
that's what I
1 to
asked
2.
you.
Yeah, the prophecy of Isaiah 61, 1 and 2. 1 to 2.
Okay, hang on.
Isaiah. Okay, so let me ask you, Sean, what does the word Messiah mean?
Messiah means the Savior. Or the chosen one. It could mean both those things or many things, but those are the 2 things that we learn in the church. The Savior or the chosen one.
This is so good, actually. I didn't even know this about Isaiah 61, but this is so good.
I can't find it. What page is it on?
And if you guys want me to take it a step further, I'll give you the prophecy and I'll give you the fulfillment verse.
Sean?
No,
Sean,
hang on
listen.
1 second.
Sean.
I want to go to
what's up?
Isaiah 61 what? What are the
1 and 2. 1 and 2.
1 and 2?
Yeah,
Okay,
so
go ahead
Sean,
now.
Sean, the word Messiah is a anglicization, is a transliteration of the Hebrew word Moshiach. Moshiach comes from the word Mashach, which is in this verse, 61 verse 1. And it is literally the foundational meaning for the word Messiah.
Oh, because in Arabic, Messiah also means the same thing.
Right. And so what does the word Mashach mean in Hebrew?
I actually would like you to tell me.
It means
It's
anointed
oil.
with oil. Yeah, it means anointed with oil. So let's go
The
ahead.
chosen
and
one.
read. Yes, well, there's 3 different versions of anointing. There's medicinal, there is cosmetic, and then there is an elevation ceremony. So the first version of this is from Leviticus 4:3, where the priests are anointed, and anointing elevates one's status from wherever they are to the elevated version of the status. So when we look at this, I'm going to read this in Hebrew so that you can really hear exactly how this works. Ruach Adonai, Adonai. Ruach Adoni, Adonai. Alai. Ya'an Mashach Adonai. Oti. Levashar. Okay, that's the key piece right there, okay? So the Ruach Adonai, the Ruach of my Lord, Adonai, meaning God, is upon me. The Spirit of God is upon me.
Mm-hmm.
Because Ya'an Mashach Adonai Oti, because God has anointed me with oil.
To bring good news.
You're missing the key point here. Because God has anointed me with oil.
Okay.
At what point was Jesus' head anointed with oil by a prophetic figure?
I can't recall.
He wasn't. It's a
That's why.
foundational
Okay.
miss.
Hmm.
Seems like it misses the mark.
When you read the verse straight up, it says, "The Spirit of the Lord has anointed me to bring good news to the poor,
That's not what it
freedom
says. That's not
for
what it
the
says,
oppressed."
Sean. That's a bad translation. It says, the Spirit of Adonai is upon me because, Ya'an, because God has anointed me with oil, Mashach. There is no anointing without oil. There
Okay.
is no Mashach without oil.
Okay. I can't call your scriptures wrong because the translation can be messed up, of course.
Look, I'll just
When
show
did
you the
Jesus
Hebrew.
set the captives and the prisoners free? When did he do that? Sean, when did he do
The
that?
verse or the time period? I don't know any.
He's never done that. Jesus has never set captives or people in prison free. And so the rest of this says that's what he's going to do. So it would still be another prophecy that he didn't fulfill because he never, ever set prisoners and slaves free. As a matter of fact, he told you to slaves to, be good to their masters and shit. So he didn't.
He also gave rules to the masters regarding their slaves because slavery was a thing back then.
I know.
And most slaves
I know
back then got into slavery because of debt.
No, that's not
by the way-
true, Sean. Don't do slavery apologetics right now because I don't want to get into that one. I was just telling
That's
you
not.
that Jesus never set them free. He did not fulfill this prophecy.
This whole Isaiah 61 section is directly referring to bringing Israel back to the people Israel back to the land of Israel after the Babylonian exile. The entire purpose of this chapter is speaking directly to the people who have been exiled, who are in captivity, in Babylonian captivity, being brought back to the land of Zion. And so the purpose of this ruler, this king that is anointed, that is God's anointed, let's just read it. The Spirit of Adonai is upon me because God has anointed me. I have been sent as a herald of joy to the humble, to bind up the wounded of heart, okay? To proclaim, to release the captives, liberation to the imprisoned. That's the Babylonian captives. To proclaim a year of God's favor, a day of vindication for Adonai, to comfort all who mourn, to provide for the mourners in Zion, to give them a turban instead of ashes, the festive ointment. Yeah, great. Okay, and they shall build. This is what this is, and they shall build upon the ancient ruins, raise upon the desolations of old, and renew the ruined cities, the desolations of many ages. This is the hope of Judaism, that is to rebuild and to live in our homeland. That's what it is. And so to assume that this is talking about Jesus is nothing but absurd. It is appropriative, it is supersessionist, and frankly, it's offensive.
Rabbi, can I also point out in the Old Testament, when somebody made a prophecy, it had to be fulfilled within a generation. Otherwise, it was written off as a failed prophecy because there had to be someone there to witness it. Correct?
That could be true. I don't necessarily know that, but I can appreciate that. I don't know.
Because otherwise, you wouldn't know if a prophecy was fulfilled during that lifetime. So to give people who weren't going to be alive at the time of the prophecy being fulfilled, it would be a moot point.
It's Raz.
And if it only takes one failed prophecy not to be the Messiah, and the Bible is very clear on what you're supposed to do with false prophets.
Yep. So, okay, Sean, I mean, I hate to break it to you, but 3 down, 3 to go, or 4 to go, whatever.
Hang on 1 second. Dragon, are you a Christian or a believer of the God of the Bible?
I am mid-Jewish conversion.
You are?
Okay. You're converting from Christianity to Judaism?
Dragon's a friendly.
Oh, it's Dragon. Hi.
Sheriff,
She's amazing.
Sheriff, this has been an ongoing thing longer than you realize. Like, before we even had our conversation about it, this was already...
So Raz is the reason I'm here. Like, Raz is the is the first person that I had a conversation with about all this stuff. So, like, yeah, thank you. Yeah.
I just want to point out that Sean had this exact same conversation with Oblivion yesterday and with Oblivion, Heathen, and myself today. Literally the exact same conversation. Sean made the same points, which tells me he's learning absolutely nothing.
We're talking about the Messiah today, so dragon.
Which is where you started last time, and then you got your butt handed to you, so you pivoted. But you know,
I didn't, because you guys didn't let me give you the prophecies.
Not to but I gotta.
They already know the
I
prophecies.
am going to defend Sean. This is the reason why. As somebody who came out of Christianity, sometimes you need something repeated to you 100 times before it finally gets in, because when you're a Christian, you are so heavily manipulated into only seeing one side of a coin, one side of history, one side of the story, that sometimes it takes 100 times to click. Now, when I used to do my own lives, I was asked, why do you sit there and repeat yourself day after day after day, sometimes to the same people? And it's because sometimes it just takes 100 times to click. So
That's why I was
fair.
being kind of nice to Dylan earlier too, Nick, because he talks to Daniel all the time, and he's obviously talking to a lot of non-believers. And I think that when you're talking to non-believers that much and going over the same thing over and over again, you're looking for something. You know what I mean? So
and that's fair, and I appreciate the correction and the feedback and all of that. I don't know. I hate to see my friends and people that I do value on this app put in the same work over and over. Does that make sense? But so that's the only reason
because I say the same thing.
Yeah.
Oh my God, Ross, I've done the same thing. I've been like, oh my God, we just went over this. No, on the other live, you know. No, I've done the same thing for sure. Real quick, you guys, we're supposed to turn off comments. You did great, so we won't do it. But I do want to let you know that I will be shutting down about 45 minutes unless I reach my gift goal. If I reach my gift goal, I will scry and tell you a fortune from my crystal ball, and I will stay for an hour longer. So if you want me to stay for another hour in the next 45 minutes, help me reach my gift goal. Okay, so which number are we on? Number 4 or 5?
We're number 5 now. 5
Okay,
now.
5.
And since you like Isaiah so much, we're actually going to stick to it also.
53, I assume?
Okay.
Absolutely, it's about the suffering servant.
So if that's the case, we have to go to 49 first.
Okay.
All right, let's go to 49. All right, just start at the beginning, right?
Yeah, I mean,
Read about who it is.
It's verse 3, but yeah,
Okay. Listen to me, O coastlands. Pay attention, you peoples from far away. The Lord called me before I was born. While I was in my mother's womb, he named me. He made my mouth like a sharp sword. In the shadow of his hand, he hid me. He made me a polished arrow. In his quiver, he hid me away. And he said to me, you are my servant, Israel, in whom I will be glorified. But I said, I have labored in vain. I have spent my strength for nothing and vanity. Yet surely my cause is with the Lord and my reward with God. So
keep going. One more verse.
Israel. Okay? And now the Lord says, okay.
Sorry, 2 more verses.
And now the Lord,
thank you.
And now the Lord said, who formed me in the womb to be his servant, to bring Jacob back to him, and that Israel might be gathered to him. For I am honored in the sight of the Lord, and my God has become my strength. Do you remember who Jacob is, Sean?
Jacob?
Yeah. After he wrestles God, what does God call him?
Remind me.
Israel.
It means wrestle.
Yes, because it wrestles with God, yes.
Exactly. And so here
And that's
it's
why
very
he
clear.
named his people after them.
Exactly. So the people Israel is three things simultaneously. It's the people, the place, and a wrestling disposition. And so it is very clear. Isaiah 49 is defining servant as Jacob, as is the people.
Mhm.
Sorry, if we go one verse further, it says, "Thus says God, the Redeemer of Israel." So God, the Redeemer of Israel, God's Holy One, is the despised one, right? The Israel is the despised one. Okay, so Israel is not only the servant, but is also the one that is being despised, also the one that is being punished for its straying from God. Okay, so this, just to give you the historical context, in the moments leading up to the Babylonian exile, the claim was that Israel was behaving basely and that they were not following the commandments, and that as a result of them not following the commandments, in reality, it was actually bad. It was not good foreign policy from the. We can talk about that. It doesn't really matter. The point is that from the theological standpoint, the Israel was not following the commandments, and thus was bringing upon themselves the curses of Deuteronomy 28, and so were caused to go into exile. And if you read Jeremiah 29 and Jeremiah 39, it's very clear what exile was like. It was horrific. It was literally people being flayed alive, people having their eyes gouged out, people being dragged to Babylon in chains. This is the captivity. And so when we go to Isaiah 53, we must understand that this servant who is being battered and bruised is actually Israel. And that to
Can I ask
imply
a
that.
question about it? About that
Please.
though, because I'm going to tell you the questions that Christians always ask me, and sometimes I fumble trying to explain it, and so you might be able to help me. In 53, it says he from 7 to 9. It says he was oppressed and he was afflicted, yet he did not open his mouth, like a lamb that is led to the slaughter, and like a sheep that before its shears is silent. So he did not open his mouth, but a perversion of justice he was taken by a perversion of justice he was taken away. Who could have imagined his future? For he was cut off from the land of the living, stricken for the transgression of the people. They made his grave with the wicked. So why? What they ask me is, how can Israel be the savior of Israel? Like,
Oh, great. We're in the season. We are in the redemption season. So there
okay,
are only three ways to be redeemed. First, so on Wednesday we are about to observe the holiest day of the year, Yom Kippur. It is the day when even the people who have fallen astray and the people who have just completely gone awry and are looking for a path back through teshuvah, tzedakah, and tefillah, through repentance, in other words, turning toward what is right, tzedakah, which is righteous giving, but I would say like the pursuit of equity and justice and righteousness, and through tefillah, through the act of self-mediation. You might translate it as prayer, but in reality, it's being self-reflective, and
what was the
um, and
second one? The Sadaka?
you could call it the pursuit of righteous equity, or the pursuit of I would say that, the pursuit of righteous equity. And what that means is like justice. You could just say equity, but like, yeah. Um, and
Is
so
this
this.
when everything would go back to the like all debts no longer, and so everybody got their things back and stuff? Like, is that
Oh,
what you're
that's the
talking about?
Jubilee. No, that's a specific construct called the
Oh,
Jubilee
okay,
year.
okay,
Yeah, but this
okay.
is more like okay, so the system of sin for Israel is not something that is spiritual or like your mortal soul or something like that. No, it causes pressure on this world. By transgressing causes pressure, and the only way to release that pressure is through teshuvah, tzedakah, and tefillah. And the three things that I just explained: the returning or repentance, the pursuit of equity, and self-mediation. And so um, when you create this pressure, like according to the Isaiah text, according to Isaiah 49, Israel caused the pressure, and the only people that can undo that pressure is Israel. And so Israel suffered on behalf of itself, and only Israel can redeem itself by doing these penitent behaviors and returning to the path, so to speak.
And wouldn't you say that the greater like lesson here is that only we can, save ourselves from what we've done?
Yeah, exactly. Like, and by we, I mean Israel. Like, only honestly, like, I'm not
But
trying
like
to go
in
there
a personal
necessarily.
level, I could take it like too, like if I've done things wrong and stuff like that, I have to take personal responsibility for
Think of America. Think of America as a nation. Only
that. Okay,
America can solve America's problems.
it's true.
The curse that we have put upon ourselves by enslaving people, by committing genocide against the indigenous people here, only we can rectify this problem. And if we expect that God comes and just fixes everything for us, we are sorely mistaken, and we will continue to experience the iniquity. And that the same applies for any group of people, that only you can prevent forest fires, you know?
Don't put that on me.
Only
There's a
you
lot of
can
forest.
prevent
Every
forest
time there's a
fires.
fire, I tell Doug that I let everybody down. I didn't prevent it. I live in
I have
California.
to
You guys, we have a lot of fires.
I literally spent the entire summer with smoke-filled skies because BC and Alberta are literally on fire again. Like, there's been rare a day where you see blue sky.
Why
Sean,
didn't
did
you
you still
prevent
want to
that,
go through
Nick?
Isaiah
Only
53?
you. Yeah.
What
Do
you
you,
say?
did you still want to go through Isaiah 53?
What I love about Isaiah 53, especially 53:5, is that he's describing a death that was not invented, like
Oh,
to die on a cross that didn't
there's no
exist
there's
It,
no
do,
in
it doesn't
Isaiah.
say
there's no
cross. There's
it doesn't
nothing
say
that
that.
says cross.
Also, Sean, this is the biggest problem that I have with people bringing up Isaiah 53. If it is a prophecy, what tense do you expect a prophecy to be in? And he's gone.
What verb tense?
Oh, hello?
Not
Yeah,
not
Sean,
What
only
verb tense?
Yeah, I got
is it?
disconnected. Sorry. Hi.
what tense do you expect a prophecy to be in? Past, present, or
Future.
future? Yeah. Well, the entirety of Isaiah 53 is in the past tense because it's speaking
Yeah,
about
yeah,
Israel
yeah.
in the past tense.
The verse itself says, "But he was pierced for our transgressions; he was crushed for our iniquities."
Yeah. So
The punishment that brought us
that's not
peace.
a great.
I get
That's
that.
not a great translation, unfortunately.
It isn't, but it's simplified.
Yeah,
He
but the
wasn't
point
pierced.
is, it's not pierced; it's a wound.
Oh,
In other words,
well, here I have it in front of me. It says pierced, so.
okay, but if you look at
Right, but yours
Jeremiah
is wrong.
29 and Jeremiah 39, it's using the same verb there to describe what happened to the Israelites that were being flayed alive by the Babylonians. Like,
also,
Mm.
sorry, Sheriff.
please.
I just want to point out, Sean, you said that they're talking about being unalived on a cross, and that was something that hadn't even been a thing yet.
In
And while
Isaiah's
that's
time,
not entirely accurate. We have evidence of this being used in Asia very, very long ago. However, it was not used in this area of the world, right, where all of these events of the Old Testament take place. It wasn't used there until well into the 2nd century.
Yeah,
with zero evidence.
They would unalive people and then they would toss them up on a stake, just right through their whole gut.
After they were unalived. So even
That's
using
unveiling.
that, even using that,
Hey,
Jesus could not have
welcome
been
in,
crucified
Christina
because it wasn't being
Raiders.
used yet.
It's very close, but it's not the same as dying on a cross.
I mean, and some,
Right, and crucifixion did not exist yet.
yeah.
That's
This
that's
doesn't
yeah.
even say
That's
he
the
was
whole idea.
crucified.
Yeah.
But Sean, it doesn't say anybody was crucified here. You're reading that into what it does say. But he was wounded for our transgressions, crushed for our iniquities.
Yes.
By the way, I just realized something. If Jesus was a sacrifice, can a sacrifice be blemished?
No.
Nope.
Yeah,
No.
Rabbi Hannes brought that up.
Absolutely not.
He was
The,
very
the
blunt.
opening line of verse 5 is Vehu Mechulal, and he was profaned, and he was defiled. He was ritually impure. He was made ritually impure. That's literally what it says in the Hebrew. So he was verse 2. So
And didn't
Well, what do you
sacrifice
make?
also have to be
So what do
at
you
the temple?
what do you make of the Dead Sea Scrolls that they found, and that it has an almost 99% accuracy with the English translation of the Bible?
No,
So I could have the argument, and it
Gives
sounds
a
like
shit.
special pleading because
Wait,
the Jews don't like
let him
Jesus.
finish, you guys.
Yeah, because
What does the
as
Dead
Jewish
Sea
people,
Scrolls have to do with Jesus? What does that have to do with Jesus?
it has to do with it because it has a 99%
The Dead
accuracy
Sea
with
Scrolls
the
are
current
the
Bible
Old
that we're using.
Testament, Sean. The Dead Sea Scrolls are the Old Testament.
That's what I'm trying to say, and
Yeah.
how
Jesus
they're
is not
different
in
from
Jesus
the ones
isn't
you're
mentioned.
using.
Jesus isn't mentioned in the Old Testament. It has
Well, I
nothing to do
get
with
that.
Jesus.
I get that.
there's no difference.
No.
And
Listen again, Sean. Listen again. What do the Dead Sea Scrolls have to do with Jesus? You said because
it has
it
to
is
do.
99. You said because there's 99% accuracy to our Bible. No, not to our Bible. To the Old Testament only, because the Dead Sea Scrolls does not contain any of the New Testament. It does not mention Jesus. It has nothing to do with Jesus. It has to do with the Jewish religion. It is their oldest text. It's not Christianity. It's Jewish.
Yeah, but
I'm
we
trying to
still
find
read those
your-
texts. We still need them.
What does it have to do with anything, though? It doesn't have anything to do with Jesus. It has
Because
to
they're
do with
not.
the Old Testament.
Because they are similar to the translations that we have in English, but they're not similar to the translations that you have in Hebrew, even though you claim that you have the original ones, but
They
those
are in
don't
Hebrew.
align with yours.
They are in
Yeah, but they
Hebrew.
don't align. They don't align with the
How
current
can
Hebrew
something
Bible.
that's in because they speak different
That's the problem.
now. What are you
So
talking
because
about?
because the Jews do not believe that Jesus is the Messiah, they might have changed the scripture so that they made it so he didn't do any of those things. It's a terrible claim.
Oh my
Son,
God!
I'm gonna warn you, you're actually treading on dangerous territory, okay?
I know, it sounds like special
Well,
pleading,
no,
and I
Sean,
apologize for
hold
that.
on, I'm
Doesn't
talking,
sound like
I'm
special
talking,
pleading.
I'm talking. Okay, you were doing really good up to this point. We are having great conversations. But you accusing Jewish people of changing scripture just so it doesn't fit your narrative of Jesus is not okay. That
Well,
is
he did
like,
the same thing earlier then.
I'm gonna straight up.
an entire
Sorry,
race.
Nick.
That is demonizing an entire race to prove your narrative. That is supremacy.
Also, I'm
That is
looking.
not okay.
Just to be clear, I'm looking at the Dead Sea Scroll text. Literally, I'm looking at it. I'm reading in the Hebrew right now, and the verbs are the same. And it is not a matter of translation issue. It is a matter of that it doesn't say what you want it to say. I'm literally looking. I can literally show you right now. Here, hold on.
I believe you, Ray.
also,
There's no
Sean-
reason for me not to believe you. I believe you.
I'm looking
Also,
at it.
Sean, I just want to point out, because I don't think that you realize that this is what you're doing, but with what you just said, right, that the Jews went and changed things because of Jesus or whatever, that's Yahtzee shit. Like, I'm just going to call it exactly what it is. It's Yahtzee shit. And never go full Yahtzee, ever.
Yeah, it's weird.
Okay,
Not
I
my
want to
turn.
say something, Sean. I want to ask you a few questions. Okay, when were the Dead Sea Scrolls discovered? Sean, you can unmute.
Is it the 70s or the 80s? I can't remember. I've been there. I've been to the. I've been in the tomb of
Sean.
the.
The exact year, I was around 1947 to 1950,
Yeah,
maybe,
yeah.
I think.
That's really good. And what are the dates on them?
Oh, 60, no, 200 BC, I think.
250
Maybe more?
BCE.
Maybe more, probably more.
BCE.
Is it 300?
BCE. 250
BCE,
BCE
okay.
through 70 CE. Okay? The
Right.
comparison with the later Masoretic text, which is the traditional Jewish Bible, circa 9th and 10th century, shows very minor variations and no systematic removal or alterations to hide anything. So have we cleared that from your mind for all future times so you don't ever say that again and make somebody think that you're anti-Semitic?
Consider me educated, yes.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. I appreciate that.
Okay.
Do you
So,
want to apologize? I mean, just
I definitely do want to apologize. I'm sorry. I said that in the heat of the moment. I shouldn't have, and it was stupid.
just to be clear though, I think to give you the benefit of the doubt, you said it because what you're hearing flies in the face of your core beliefs, and the idea of this is not to make you feel bad or to make you feel defensive. The idea of this is to plant a seed that makes you ask the questions, what if I'm wrong? What if it's not right? What if it is a story that is meant to evoke certain feelings and frankly resist the urge to question things? I think like as long as you are realizing that you're able to question these things and you're able to think critically about it, you might realize that there's a lot of holes that are unfillable.
Yeah.
And
It
you know
also
what it was for me, Sean? I'll have you talk just when I'm done here, Nick. What
You're
it
good.
was for me is that it was not like, okay, they showed me Isaiah 53 is not Jesus. That's it. I don't believe in him anymore. It's the fact that every one of these tabs, every single one of these tabs in this Bible. Oh, can you see all those tabs? You will
I
have
do.
to explain them away. You would have to explain every single one of those away. And there's more. I haven't even finished. And it's okay to explain away maybe one, but I still think that's weird that you have to explain for a God over anything. And maybe two or three. But the hundreds of times you have to explain to me something tells me that this is just not a true story. This just isn't real.
and
Unless you can admit,
oh, sorry.
I will give this point. I just will. If you can admit that the New Testament God, the Trinity Jesus, has nothing to do with the Old Testament God, then I might give you a little bit more validation than the Christian religion trying to adopt the Jewish God and mold him into something he is not in the New Testament. I do know Christians who believe that way, that separate the New Testament God from the Old Testament God, knowing very well they are not the same. I will give a little bit more credence if you could admit that. But the New Testament God, Jesus, has nothing to do with the Old Testament God.
Which is
Well,
something
we
that I said
believe
to
it's
you
the same
earlier,
God.
Sean. Well, but this is
Well, we
something that
don't
I said to you
believe-
earlier, right, Sean? Is that your book, right, should not include Sheriff Woody's and mine, right? They're
Yeah.
two separate religions. They're two separate books. They should not have ever been put together because it doesn't make any sense, right? And that's why, initially when you were like, well, but that's the Old Testament. Yes, we went into, not a jot or tittle shall change. But we also went, that's part of why we were kind of bouncing you back and forth with Old Testament things, because we wanted to look for that consistency. Like Nick said, if you can be consistent and only lean on the New Testament as your religion and not take anything from the Old, I too will give you a little bit more respect and credence because at least you're trying, right?
That does make sense, yeah.
I mean, you don't have to go as far as the Gnostics did because they were a little bit fucking wild. But I mean, if you could separate,
That's fair.
Hey, you guys, we got about 20 minutes. If you want
Yeah, that
us
was
to
crazy.
stay longer, if you want another hour of show, then all we have to do is meet that gift goal. I'll read you a fortune from my crystal ball, and we'll stay another hour. All right, Sean, are you ready for the next one? Number 6.
Yeah, just 2 more to go. I think, well, the next one should be an easy one. It's Prophecy of Zechariah.
Okay. All right. Before,
It's
What?
yeah.
okay, yeah, great. There's something I wanted to offer before we go
Go
on.
ahead. Go
I
ahead.
think like this is what I think Roz started to touch on is that in reality, the Christian Bible is barely in conversation with the Hebrew Bible. It seems to be, in the Gospels at least, somewhat aware of the Hebrew Scripture, but for the vast majority of the Christian text, seems to be undermining or even unaware of Jewish praxis, which is to say the cultural practice of Judaism. And I think the most shining example of this is the way in which Jews understand what the messianic figure should look like, which is a shepherd who becomes a high ranking official and then is humbled later. That's like the paradigmatic Jewish hero. Think of Joseph, who he's born a shepherd, rises to vizier of Egypt, is humbled by his brothers. Moses, born a slave shepherd, rises to prince of Egypt, is humbled by his shepherding past while shepherding uh, at the burning bush while shepherding in the plains of Midian. And then King David, born a shepherd, rises to king of Israel, humbled by Nathan the prophet, using the shepherding parable. Jesus, however, is the
What was that?
Uh,
Jesus, however, uses the exact paradigm of the Hellenistic tradition, which is to say that he is born of the gods, falls to a lowly position like carpenter, or in Oedipus, he is a pauper, or in Hercules, he's a farmer, and then discovers later that he is a god. And I think that this simple fact of the structure of Jesus' story arc is a clear indication that it is not Jewish, but rather a Hellenistic tradition.
And I can actually back that up with actual history, Sean. As far back as the Council of Nicaea, now it could have been farther back than that, but documented that the Council of Nicaea agreed that they needed to separate themselves from the Jewish people, from the Jewish
Hey, real
belief, because
quick,
they have their own Hellenized
you guys
belief
can
system.
keep gifting me if you want. Hang on one second, Nick. You're gonna have to repeat what you said. But DJ has just sent me a little Venmo to keep us live for 1 more hour, so I will be live until 3:30 p.m. I'm sorry. Repeat what you said, Nick. I interrupted.
No, that's fine. It's totally fine, Crystal. So, as
W's
early
for
as
DJ Hot Tub.
the Council of Nicaea, in actual history, they said we need to separate ourselves from the Jewish people. And that should be the first red flag, because how can you separate yourselves from the Jewish people but take their God? Right? So that kind of backs up what Rabbi is saying there. You know?
Yeah, I agree with you.
Could you
I think he left.
explain Hellenistic? Yeah, he probably had to go because I think he got a call while he was talking to you. He might come back when he's done or something. I mean, he is an actual rabbi,
I hope so.
sometimes he's needed.
He's amazing.
Do
Yeah.
you want to explain Hellenistic to the chat, please, Nick?
Yeah, absolutely. So Hellenism is the Greco-Roman belief system. So I'll give an example. Up until the book of Daniel, the Israelites actually had no concept of an afterlife whatsoever. No paradise, no, gone with the ancestors. No, they have zero version of a hell, by the way. Even today, they still have no version of a hell. But when they were being taken over by Antiochus IV, who actually believed that he was the reincarnation of Zeus, all of a sudden we start to see the beginnings of the Hellenization into Judaism, because all of a sudden they started having some idea of an afterlife, which they didn't have until the Greeks came, because the Greeks had a belief in the afterlife, right? So that is what we mean by Hellenization of Judaism, is pushing the Greek and Roman belief system into another belief system, and it's not the only belief system that was Hellenized either.
Real quick, DJ, this is me reading my crystal ball for you since you helped us reach that gift goal, okay? Let me see. The Stars predict a life-changing moment when you sneeze so hard you are astral projected into your neighbor's garage. That's what they say. That's a weird one, DJ. But there you go. There's your reading for today. Thank you, DJ. Big W in the chat for DJ Hot Tub, please, for helping us with that gift goal. Did you want to try the Zechariah one, Sean?
I actually wanted to go on a bit of a rant, if you guys don't mind, just to clear something
No,
up.
go right ahead.
Okay, so, I wanted to say that, the Bible, like, this is what you guys get wrong if you're not Christians. The Bible doesn't make you a Christian. Being a Christian isn't about holding a book in your hand and memorizing verses, It's about trusting Jesus, believing that he says what he says he is, and letting him rule over our lives. That's, what makes us. Because you could read the Bible.
Where do you find Jesus? Where do you find out that there is a Jesus? Where do you get that from, Sean?
That's what I'm trying to say. You could read the Bible from, front to back and still not be a Christian if your heart isn't turned toward him.
That's what I asked you, Sean. Sean, I didn't ask you.
Yes.
I said, where do you learn about Jesus? Where would we ever come up with the idea of Jesus if it weren't for the pages of the Gospels?
Yes, that's what I'm trying to get at. The Bible is a
Right.
roadmap.
So,
The Bible is basically a
it's not
guide.
a roadmap. It's not. It's a bunch of made-up stories from a cult. Okay,
Which all lead
and
to the
you
same thing,
believe
which is
in
the
it,
faith in
and
Jesus.
you believe in it only because they wrote down those stories. If there weren't the Bible for us to look at, there would be no stories that you would have believed in that would have helped you to become a Christian. Did it make you become a Christian? No, it was a catalyst. It was part of your transformation. It was the stories that made you go, oh, there is a Jesus, and this is what he did. Now it's up to me to decide whether I want that relationship with him, and I want to follow this Jesus character that I've read about. It didn't come to you in a midnight dream. You didn't suddenly wake up and know there was a Jesus. So we go to the Bible to examine the accuracy, to examine these stories, to examine why anybody in their right mind would believe in this person in the first place. That's
Sean,
why we use
if
the
it
Bible.
If it wasn't for Rome, okay, so Christianity started as a small cult. And if it wasn't for Rome, unless you were a theology student, you would have never heard the name Jesus ever, not once. Your people would still be worshiping Odin unless they did away with religion altogether. Because the only reason why we have this Bible today, the only reason why it was pushed so hard was because it was pushed by the sword and throwing these texts in everybody's faces. Without it, you would not be a Christian today. Without the Bible, there is no Jesus. If they didn't write these Gospels down, his story would have probably disappeared into oblivion, just like the stories of so many other apocalyptic preachers that were going around during that day and age, because it was not uncommon or unheard of. So what Crystal is asking is, without this Bible, without the push of the Roman Empire, and then the English, how would you even know about Jesus, being that it started as a small tiny cult?
Yeah, again, we would have found Jesus one way or the other. It just happens to be through the Bible. That's our guide towards Jesus.
No, you wouldn't.
I am
You're
assuming,
just assuming
yes.
that.
I can't
Yeah,
prove.
of course.
Yeah, we
Right.
can't prove anything.
If you were
None of-
honest with yourself, Sean, you would go, actually, I don't think I would have ever heard of Jesus. If people had not passed that story on, if people, thank you so much. If people hadn't passed that story on, written it down and shared it, and then forced other people, and then those people raised all their kids to be it and indoctrinated them into it and forced people to go to church, none of this would have happened.
You're right. An honest to God answer would be, I don't know. I wouldn't know.
Right, you
Yes.
wouldn't have heard of him. So that's why we go to your Bible. Your Bible, according to its own words, is Jesus. In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was God, and the Word was with God. That's Jesus.
And the world became flesh.
Yeah. So without
he
the Bible,
became
you would
flesh.
have never known of Jesus.
You need this. You have to have this to know who Jesus is.
But
There
the
is
thing about
no, for God
Christianity,
so
it
loved the
works
world
though.
that he gave his
People's
only
lives do
begotten Son
get
without
changed.
this. Sean, people's
Uh,
lives get changed when they leave Christianity too. You think that our lives didn't change? My life became immensely healthier. I've lost weight. I have way better health now than I did. Actually, people can look. There's video proof of this. I started on TikTok. I'm in my bed. I can't get out of my bed. I'm so depressed. And then eventually I get out of bed and I start feeling better because I start to realize, holy fuck, this is all a lie. There's
but
not
there's
a
also
God
the other
sitting
way
up there
around. The
that doesn't
millions of
love
people.
women. There's not a
The
God up
millions
there
of
that
people that's
doesn't
lives
love
gotten
women.
so much better.
Sean,
But
millions of
how do you
people's lives
explain
get
it?
better when they start smoking 420. Millions of people's lives get better the minute they start smoking 420 or eating it or any of that shit. The minute they do.
Yeah, but it has withdrawals eventually. You will have negative
No, it
effects
doesn't.
eventually.
No, it
Christianity
doesn't.
No, it
doesn't.
doesn't.
No, it doesn't. There is no withdrawals from 420. I literally
I
use 420 and I can
assure
go
you
for
that there
I can
is.
go without it for months. My husband quit cold turkey for a job. He's never picked it up again. I don't know anybody who has withdrawal symptoms. Do I know people who are addicted to 420? I know people who are addicted to paint, Sean. So addiction is not does not tell you whether there's withdrawal symptoms.
No.
from this
So
Well, the
particular.
just
420
to
has
get into the nitty gritty of the
short-term effects
science
and
on this,
long-term
Sean, hold on,
effects.
hold on. It doesn't. So just to get into the science of this, because medications are what I do, and this is a medication at the end of the day, and one that we are studying.
Absolutely.
THC has a very short half-life, a very short half-life. It is also water soluble, which means it is flushed from your body almost immediately, and it does not store in your tissues. Within about 8 hours, everything is gone from your body. This is why it only takes about 5 days to quote unquote clean your system for a test, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because there's no trace of it after about 5 days. Because it is water, the things that you withdraw from are fat soluble. They live in your fat, they live in your tissues. THC is water soluble, therefore it is impossible to have physical withdrawal symptoms. Now, we can talk about the psychological effects.
Yes, that's
right?
what I wanted to get at, the mental health.
But that's not withdrawal. That is dependency, and there's a difference. That is psychological dependency, and that is different than withdrawal. Withdrawal refers to the physical effects, which don't exist.
Yeah, I'm
Thank
talking
you
about the
very much.
long-term
I
effects.
appreciate.
Even over time, it still remains a water-soluble compound.
Psychologically,
But
It
do
is
you
not
agree?
harmful.
Do you agree that 420 increases risk of anxiety and depression?
No,
Do
I do
you
not.
agree that Jesus increases anxiety and depression in people?
I 100% agree with that.
You do? You
I
agree
do,
that Jesus
because-
causes anxiety and depression in people?
He causes it to plummet.
No, he caused it for me. Being a Christian caused anxiety and depression for me.
Well, it depends what Christian
was the-
follow beliefs you
No,
have.
it
Is it
doesn't.
Protestant, Catholic,
it doesn't,
Orthodox?
Sean, it does not matter. I can show you people who have anxiety and depression due to this religion in every denomination. Don't do that.
Sean, your
Don't sit
argument's
there and
supposed to
keep
be-
thinking you're so special. You're not.
I'm not.
Nobody is a
you do not
special
think that.
Christian. Let me tell you something. If you're a Christian and you're listening right now, you're not special. Just because you're Catholic or you're Orthodox or you're Methodist, you all are
We
the
are
same.
all special.
You all are bigots. You all hate a lot of people, and you all think you're the only real Christian. I've never talked
That's
to a
not it.
Christian who
That's
didn't
not
think
it.
that he was the only real Christian.
We're all made in the
We're
image of God, and
snowflakes.
all of us can be saved.
You
Sean,
think you're
can I-
special? You do. I can see it in your eyes.
You got a beautiful voice, man.
Sean,
Yeah.
Sean, your argument should have been that's anecdotal.
Sean, can I ask you a
Or-
question? Can I
That's
ask you a
pretty good.
question? Because this
Of
is
course you can.
this is the foundation of Christianity. We are all born sinners. We are all born into sin. We are all imperfect. We all fall short of the glory of God. Are you telling me that a person who is told that day in and day out that they are not good enough does not cause depression and anxiety? I
No.
have known people who left the faith with self-unalivement attempts because the Bible beat it into them that they were worthless because they were nothing but dirty sinners who could never compare to God's glory. That is destructive.
I just want to say
Isn't,
also
but
that every
let me
morning,
explain what it isn't though.
every morning as Jews, we say Elohai neshama shenatata bi tahorahi. That God, the soul that you have put within me is pure.
Yeah, I get
You know,
Nick.
like I don't understand how Christians can tell themselves, like, look in the mirror. Like you already said it. Like everybody's unique, everybody's beautiful, everybody's created in the image of God, and yet you think that that is impure. Like what a contradiction in terms. How can you miss, like, holy airball? What do the kids say? You know, like it's so clear that the text is urging you to look at yourself as a as beautiful and whole, maybe a little broken, but beautiful and whole. And this notion of impure and like your sinful being and your sinful nature, first of all, it's a complete imposition on the text. And second, it's totally destructive and corrosive.
Okay, to answer you, Nick, to answer your question, okay? The standards to getting into heaven is perfection.
There's no such
So
thing.
there is no such thing. So the fact that we're not good enough, that brings us peace.
No.
Yeah, but God is
Do you
not
want to know
perfect
why
either.
that brings us peace or not? Do you want me to
peaceful.
tell
What
you
the
why?
fuck? There's
Because
God is-
Jesus took the punishment for our failures and forgive our debt. So if we follow him, we're forgiven. So it's okay not to be good. It's a good
Based
thing.
on what?
If we're not good enough,
Based on
that's
what?
good.
Based on what?
That brings us comfort. It's okay because we don't have to be good. We don't have to be perfect.
So it doesn't. So what you're saying is, regardless of whether that statement is true or not, the fact that it gives you comfort is what makes it worthwhile.
What makes it worthwhile is that he gave his life to forgive our sins,
Based
to
on
pay our
what?
debt that we couldn't pay because we're always fall short of God's standards.
Jesus. We're not talking about Jesus. We're talking about the words of the Bible telling you that you are worthless.
That's your biggest problem. You're separating Jesus. If you separate Jesus from this, you'll lose the whole equation.
At the end of the day, even if he unalived for your sins, you're still being told that you are a sinner and imperfect. Even after that, you are still told that. That's disturbing. It hurts people.
You're telling me to take Jesus out of the equation. If I do that, you lose the whole plot.
So not only
Not at
everything
all.
that Nick has said, right, but also I want to point out that, you know, we talk about how these are two separate books, two separate religions, and they don't work together the way that you think they do and the way that you're taught that they do. Now, Sheriff Woody, correct me if I'm wrong, but everyone, regardless of belief system, is capable of a positive afterlife.
Yeah. Yeah.
And at the end, and regardless, it's at least neutral.
And I would even argue, like, the afterlife is almost like tertiary. Like it's not even relevant because all that matters is what you do, how you repair this world, what work you're doing in order to make this world more just. I have a friend, Sean. I have a friend right here who might want to speak to you. Would you be up for that?
Go ahead. Yeah, that's what we're here for.
Hello, this is Elmo speaking.
Yeah. Hello, Elmo. How you doing?
I'm well, thanks, Sean. Sean, what seems to be the problem here?
Yeah, I don't know, man. It's like everyone is against me, but I'm making good points.
Do you feel like people are against you? Do you think that maybe they're just trying to explain how some of these ideas are really harmful over a long period of time?
Yeah, but they're trying to explain a perfect world. You guys want a perfect world. You want to live your life and die, and that's it. You know, you don't want to do what needs to be done.
Do you think
You guys want
whose
a perfect world. That's what you want.
Wait, what are you talking about, Sean?
Whose responsibility is it to build the perfect world?
That is not our responsibility because there's nothing I can do that's good enough. We're all
Wait a
sinners.
second, Sean.
When God came to earth, we killed
Elmo
him.
thinks that when
I don't even know
we're
what's
good neighbors and we say please and thank you, and we treat each other kindly, and we ask each other what we need, we build a better world for our children and tomorrow. What do you think?
Yeah, that would be a perfect world, wouldn't it?
Sean, you just proved my point. You say you cannot change the world because you're not good enough. It only takes one voice out of billions. We've seen it time and time again throughout history, people making real change, real good change through one voice. But you're telling yourself, because of the Bible says, you're not good enough to be that change when you are. Rabbi Bert said something very profound to me one time, and I will carry it.
No,
the rest
he never
of
does
my
that.
life. Not ever.
That was Elmo.
He said something so profound to me once that I will carry it for the rest of my life. What if everyone woke up tomorrow morning and figured out they were the Messiah? And if you sit with those words long enough, holy shit. It is up to us as humans to change the world and not wait in our rooms on our hands and knees for some God to do it for us. We were given this world. We were given dominion. Only to what? Pray it away? No, because we were meant to take action.
But the world is unfair.
Also, wait. Also, as a Christian, I believed and taught that all the bad that happened in the world was humans and their sin, and Satan getting them to do bad shit or whatever through sin. All the good. I'm sorry. Let me let my dog in. All of the good was from God. Nothing.
Who let the dogs out?
I did, darn it. So nothing.
Her
good
dog
came
is
from
setting
me.
off my dog.
All the good came from God. All the bad came from human. And then when I realized there was no God, I realized all the bad comes from man and all the good comes from man. And we have the power to change things for the good. And we can stop waiting for some imaginary man in the sky to get the work done. And we can start doing that work. And we can start changing the world.
Elmo knows
that would be awesome, but that's
unfair.
not how the world works, sadly.
Yes,
Elmo
it
knows
is, Sean.
the world's unfair.
God's not
Sean,
doing anything. He's
Sean,
not
Elmo
doing
knows
anything.
the world's unfair. The world is
Historically,
unfair.
we've
But
done
Elmo,
horrible things. With
But
or
Sean-
without religion. We're terrible.
Sean-
Historically,
Sean,
we
you're
also
missing
do
the
good
point.
things.
Sean, you're missing the whole point. Elmo thinks that if we pick up a little trash here and we do acts of kindness there, then maybe, just maybe, we'll build the world we want to see. It's not about whether we finish the work, it's that we're not free to desist from it.
Look at the
got
honest-to-God
scolded
Christian
in chat.
countries. Look how developed we are. Compare Iceland to America. You look
America
like
sucks.
a shithole. I'm sorry to
Where
use
the
it.
hell do you live? America looks like a shithole.
Yes, I know. That's what I'm saying. But if you go to an
Right.
honest-to-God Christian
We're-
country
we're-
like
we're a
Iceland,
Christian
you would not
country.
believe
We're a
your
Christian
eyes.
country. We're a Christian
Iceland is not a Christian country. Are you serious?
What are
Where
you
is Iceland
talking
a Christian
about?
country? What the fuck? Also,
Iceland-
thank
I'm
you.
sorry, what?
America's the Christian country. What are you talking about? You're mixing those two
You
countries.
guys,
Iceland is
you guys
secular.
are lukewarm Christians.
What the fuck?
Oh
That's
my
not a real
God.
Christian
None
country.
of us are claiming to be Christians, Sean. None of us. So we cannot be lukewarm.
You guys, he's saying America.
No, I say you guys
as
as
a whole.
the Americans
Yeah.
as a whole, not you
Sean,
guys. Yeah.
Sean, I'll explain. He's saying America as a whole is a secular country, and the Christians over here are lukewarm, and that's why. So he suddenly became God, you guys, and he's gonna get in trouble because he is not supposed to judge other people at all like that. That
That's
is
true.
such a sin. That is so sinful.
But how?
Like,
Unless you
I
are
don't even
without
know how
sin,
you
Sean.
did that. That is crazy work what you just did. I hope
You guys been doing this whole
say a
life.
prayer. I'm not
Sean,
a Christian, honey. I don't get in trouble for judging people. You do. You're in hot water. I was a
My
Christian. I know
Bible
how bad it is.
condemns lukewarm Christians.
Okay, but Sean, you're
It doesn't
also
tell you can do it. You're not supposed to condemn them. Only God can. And only God can decide who's lukewarm. You're not supposed to decide that. That is so blasphemous to put yourself in God's seat and judge other Christians. I would not
I
want to be
mean,
you.
I hope you don't think that you did something because
Sean,
you said
Sean.
nothing.
Sean.
Okay,
He
Sean.
who is
Well,
without sin cast the first stone. You just cast a stone, my guy. Now let me explain something to you. You are also a lukewarm Christian because number one, you cast that judgment upon the US of A Christians.
you did.
But number two, you speak this whole conversation. We've had this exact same conversations with Christians from the States. There's no difference between the two of you except for, well, more NAZIS, okay? Other than that, there's no difference between the two of you, so I don't know where you get off saying that they're lukewarm and you're not.
The
Sean,
Protestants could not
Sean,
be further from the Catholics.
Sean,
The
I think
Protestants
you-
is the
I think
furthest
you had a
thing
moment-
from Orthodox and
Sean, I
Catholic
think
that's
you had a
possible.
momentary. Sean, I think you had a momentary lapse of judgment, and I think that you reacted out of pain and discomfort, and I think that you're hearing a lot of things that are difficult to hear, and I think that when you were talking to Elmo, you started to say life isn't fair. I know it sounds funny, Sean, but your whole demeanor changed when you started talking to Elmo, and what you said was life isn't fair, the world isn't fair, and I think you're absolutely right. And the question is, what role do we play in building the better world for tomorrow? And when you say things like, America are lukewarm Christians, or you say things that like you try to put distance between you and the accountability of building a better world, it becomes clear for everybody in the space to see what's actually going on. And I encourage you to just stand in front of the mirror for a second. Let me hold the mirror up for you, and let's talk about what you were seeing in that moment, because I think I think you were so close there to realizing that actually it's look, I'll tell you a story really quickly. There's a famous Hasidic story where the student asks the rabbi, Rabbi, why did God create atheists? And the rabbi responds, God created atheists to remind us that we should not do good things, do good works for the expectation of a reward. And that when somebody comes to you in their pain and in their suffering, that we should not respond with pious words saying things like, God has a plan, but rather we should respond as if there is no God and that we were the only people in the world that could help in that moment. And I think what you're so close to realizing is that doing the work of repairing the world, of making the world a better place, is an excruciatingly difficult thing that will not be completed by our hands and will not be completed by the next generation's hands or the generation after that. But it doesn't mean that we can run from it. It means that we have to lean full tilt and find enjoyment in the strenuous activity of creating a better world for tomorrow.
We can lay the foundation
Can I?
for the future generations.
I'd like to add to that too. And what Rav is describing is a human condition. I think that when people separate themselves from humanity and say that, hey, this is the ultimate way, this is the only truth, this is the ultimate answer to all of these questions that are still being asked to this day, I think that is being a lukewarm human. I think that saying that there's only one answer is being a lukewarm human being. I think that's like not expressing the multiple facets of life.
With all the
I think
religions.
that's.
Oh, sorry, Tony. I thought you were done.
No, I just think that it's like closing the door on involving everybody. I think that that's very divisive. I think that that's that's slowing us down, that's being a stick in the mud and having a balloon knot that can't even squeak out a fart, and it's just holding us back. I think it's being very stagnant. I think that there's so many answers out there that we still don't know, and saying that we know these things is pure arrogance and delusion.
Out of
Nobody's trying to
all,
say nobody's trying to say to you that you have to believe what we believe. All we're saying is don't be supremacist, don't be bigoted, don't be uh, um, extreme in your beliefs, and try and question things and try to hold a conversation with dynamic tension. You know, like that's all. That's really it. Sorry, Nick.
no, you're fine.
No,
Just there's out of the thousands of religions in this world, there only seems to be one religion that turns the other cheek and ignores the atrocities of this world and says, well, life is unfair and we need to wait for God to do it. It's been 2,000 years. If he's not doing it, then you got to realize at some point you're missing the mark, and it is up to us to start fixing it.
Well, do you know what the Book of Job talks about? Have you guys ever heard about it?
Yes. Yes, of course. I know
God's
the whole
perfect
story of
servant.
the Book of Job. Yes.
Yes.
It's all about
And then he
obedience
tortured him.
and submission
And then he tortured him.
to an authority.
The key lesson
And
of
he would
that
have to be
book is that one of the
I-
key lessons that you get from that is that suffering isn't always punishment. You know, bad things happen to even good people. And when God makes decisions,
Yeah,
he's
that's
dealing
gross.
with an infinite amount of possibilities. He can't just change things, you know?
Sean, what if I told you that the key lesson of Job is actually Job chapter 26? That is actually the lesson of Job. It's not about the entire story is a look, the story is like the pita chip, but Job 26 is the hummus of the story. That's what that's the good stuff that you're, yes, of course the story itself has value and it has some nice crunch to it, sure. But it is Job 26 that describes what righteousness looks like, what equity looks like, what justice looks
Yes.
like, and the
It
pursuit
describes
of all
that faith doesn't depend on life being fair. It depends on trusting God, even in the dark. That's the whole point.
That's not what it is. It's describing the work of Job's hands. It's describing the way in which he treated the poor. It's describing the way in which he treated and cared for the most vulnerable in society. That's what it's about. It is about caring for the widow, the orphan, the stranger. It is about caring for the most vulnerable. It's about setting up a society that is based on equity and the pursuit of justice. If you have missed that, then you have missed the entire point of the Bible, and I urge you to start from Genesis 1, chapter 1, verse 1.
Yeah. I still didn't read the
And by
entire
the way,
thing.
I just want you to know, Sean, by the way.
I've been
What?
Christian for less than a couple of years,
For
by
the
the
last
way.
2 hours, you haven't read the whole thing.
Why would you join a religion before reading their manual?
Why would you?
Again, you asked me this earlier, and I talked about conviction.
I asked you
No,
this
I
earlier,
didn't.
Sean. I asked why you would sign a contract without reading the entire thing first.
You did. That's true.
Yeah, I
And then I
But
informed
as I
you
stated
that,
earlier, I
that
don't
the
know if you guys
process
remember, Bible is
and-
not what makes you a Christian.
And then I informed you that the process that I'm going through is years long and requires that I know the book.
Would you? Okay, what if you looked
hang
up?
on one second. Hang on one second. Hey, Brian, I see you in the guest box. If you are over 18 and a Christian, answer me in the comments. Let me know. Go ahead, Nick.
How do you know without reading the Bible what God it is you are serving? Because how do you know you didn't accidentally just sign a soul contract to a demon?
Well, first of all, I said I didn't read the whole Bible, but I read the key points of the Bible.
No, no,
That
no,
I
no.
read the-
You have to read the entire thing in context, right? Because it's like reading the fine print. Hold on. It's like reading the fine print on a contract, okay? So, how do you know that Christianity wasn't, quotation mark, Satan pulling people away from the actual God of the Bible? How do you know you didn't sell your soul to a demon? Keep in mind, Demons are capable of making you feel good too, making you feel happy. Well, they suck the soul right out of you. Without reading the full contract, how do you know who you sold your soul to, Sean?
Well, because Satan's playbook is deception, it's self-worship, it's destruction. Christianity does the complete opposite of that.
No, because listen here. Christianity is like narcissist, heavy, because you believe that you're some chosen people that get to go to heaven while the rest of us burn in hell for all eternity. It's extremely narcissistic and self-serving. You
It
only
isn't,
like
because you have free
follow-
will.
Wait,
no.
wait,
follow
Nick. I got a point
Jesus.
for him. I got a point for him real quick. Okay, Sean, would you agree that Jesus is related to Jacob?
Yeah, no, yes, no.
No. No. Is it?
Okay, hold on. If we follow the lineage from Joseph to
Yeah.
to David, the answer would have to be yes.
Okay.
Why are we
Right,
following
he's
Joseph's
related.
lineage?
Well, I want to do
Oh,
for
sorry.
this,
Because if I remember, it
Gotcha.
goes
This one.
No,
Abraham.
as soon as
prove
I
that he's
hold on.
as soon as I
related to
started
Jacob.
asking, I was like, wait, yeah.
No,
Hold on,
No,
hold
as soon
on.
as I
It
started
goes
asking
from
the
Abraham,
question,
Isaac.
Sean,
I
Sean, we're fine. We're fine. We're fine. You are right. He's related to Jacob, right?
Okay, I was gonna
And
go
that's
through the
important.
family
That's
tree.
important to the story of Jesus, right? That he is related to Jacob, right? That's
know
very
he's an
important to the
ancestor.
story.
I know
Right?
where she's going with
What
this,
does
and I'm
Jacob
with you.
mean? What does Jacob mean?
I love the fact you're going here.
Jacob or
Love it.
What does the word Jacob mean? What does the name mean?
I actually don't know.
Nick?
It means
Well, if you let me Google it.
Sean, it
Go ahead.
means deceptive one or deceiver is what the name Jacob means.
Okay, Jacob in
That's
Hebrew,
a line of your Jesus.
Yaakov, and it basically means heel grabber or supplanter.
No, it means deceiver,
In Hebrew, it means heel grabber, whatever that means.
deceptive one.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, that's literally. I learn under Dr. Rabbi Hana. I learn under Rabbi Bert, and I've talked to other Jewish people, and the consensus is Jacob in ancient Hebrew means
But
the deceiver.
I mean, if you read the Bible, you would also know that God later renamed Jacob to Israel.
Yeah,
I don't know if you know that.
Right.
there's one that wrestles
But you
with
guys
God,
don't do
doesn't
that
make
either,
him-
though, Sean. As a
What do
Christian,
we
you
do?
never wrestle with God. No, you never
No.
wrestle
Of course
with
we
God.
wrestle with God every
No, you
day.
don't.
No, you
No,
don't.
you don't.
Every
And go
single
ask
day.
him. No, you don't, Sean. No, you don't. I talk to Christians every day. If you wrestled with God, you would tell him right now, why was slavery okay with you? Why? And stop telling us that it's okay, that it was okay with him. Stop telling us that the shit he did was okay because he's God, and go and wrestle with him. Go and ask
What
him the
wrestling
hard
with God
questions.
means is, do you
Sean-
exist? Why are you evil?
Sean,
that's
that's
not-
not
wrestling
what that's
things.
not what it means. That's not what it means at all. What it means is that you go through the text and you go through it mindfully and you go through it with a fine-tooth comb, right? And you take the things that you cannot reconcile within yourself, i.e., slavery, i.e., virgin unalivements at the city gates. You go through those things and you take them to God and you say, why in the fuck would you do this? Right?
But I don't struggle
if you
with
listen,
that.
If you listen,
God
hold
has
on.
his
If you
reasons.
listen,
should, Sean.
hold on.
Jesus.
You should struggle with these things because these things are abhorrent to our society. And if you're going to include my book as part of yours, then you have to wrestle with all of it. One of the things that I have to do with my own rabbi is I have to sit down and I have to go through these things. And it often involves anger, right? Because we do have to go through these things. We do have to try and reconcile them. We do have to try and call out what we cannot fathom, right?
Right.
That's
Yes.
important. You don't do that because you look at God and say, God is perfect. Jesus is perfect. You don't look for their flaws. You have to look for their flaws. You have to look at these things and you have to say, why? Why did you impregnate a young woman between the ages of 12 and 16, most likely, without her consent? Why?
Yes. Real quick, I want to make a correction because I'm all about only, thank you, Susan, putting out true information. Sean, you are correct. The literal meaning from Hebrew is grabber or supplanter, heel grabber or supplanter. It says that deceiver is often linked to Jacob, but it's more of an interpretive or symbolic meaning more than a literal translation due to the fact that he and his mother deceived Esau. Or
Yeah, they
not
deceived
Esau.
him by tricking. Well, I wouldn't even say they tricked him. His brother was starving, and he said, "Well, I'll feed you, but you have to give me your birthright." I
But
mean,
then
that's
they deceived the dad, though. They deceived
yeah,
the
they
dad.
did deceive. Yeah, that's true. They deceived his father.
Yeah.
So, I mean, he is a deceiver.
Yes, he is a deceiver. But if I'm wrong about something, or if it's not exactly what I said, I always like to clarify because I'm a pretty honest person. I don't need false information to prove that this God is not real. I've got plenty of real information for that. You know.
Both are
But
correct.
it's pretty bad that all of his ancestors were deceivers, though. I mean, we're talking Abraham, he lied, Jacob lied. They were all a bunch of liars. So honesty is not, it's not something God values. He even sends, lying spirits. So it's not really what he values. So that's neither here nor there.
How is it the Jewish people, Sean, can say, you know what, if God has a problem with me, he knows where I am, he can pull up, I'll fight him in a Walmart parking lot. But Christians are like, oh, we can't do that. Where's the disconnect there?
Because we respect God too much.
But in the Bible, his own people would question him.
I think
That's
a big part of
why-
respecting anyone is being
That's
willing
why
to call
the
them on their
Jews-
bullshit.
That's why Jews take Jesus out of the equation. If you take him out of the equation,
No.
you lose so many plots.
You're
you lose
wrong,
the
and
new
you just spent
teachings,
how
you
long
lose the new
going through
commandments,
piece
you
by
lose the new laws, the moral laws, you lose everything.
No.
You just went through point by point with Sheriff Woody, aka Rabbi Bert, on the Messianic prophecy and why Jews do not take Jesus as the Messiah. And now you're turning right back around to the same claim and saying, well, this is why, blah, blah, blah. No, we don't believe Jesus is the Messiah because he didn't fulfill any Messianic prophecy. That is the reason.
And
That's it.
you
It has
you are
nothing to
free
do
to
with
believe
taking
that,
Jesus
but
out
we
of the
believe
equation
that
or
he is the
anything
Messiah.
else.
We
It has
believe that he
nothing-
is the Messiah. That's our whole faith.
Because
if he's not the Messiah, then we're all wrong.
Because
You are wrong.
2.9 billion Christians are wrong.
Because
So what?
Yes.
You are wrong. I'm sorry. Hate to
Christianity-
tell you.
Christianity has nothing to do with Judaism. And we have
It's a
historical
continuation
evidence.
of the faith.
No,
It's
we
not.
have historical evidence that it does not, with the Council of Nicaea, who said we need to separate ourselves from the
Bye,
Jews.
Tiny.
It has nothing to do with the Jewish God. Nothing. And that's why I said earlier, I could respect Christians a lot more. Well, if you guys could just admit that your God has nothing to do with the Jewish God. Because two separate belief systems, two separate cultures, two separate ways of doing something. Why would a Middle Eastern, Canaanite, Mesopotamian / whatever deity have the Greeks and Romans take over his people? It doesn't make sense. There's no way in hell Adonai, who is a jealous God, would allow pagan Romans to take over his people. It doesn't make sense. Not ever. Why is the Old Testament the biggest and written in Hebrew and Aramaic, and all of a sudden, boom, New Testament, itty bitty little book, and it's all Greek? Because one does not have anything to do with the other.
Also, Sean, I don't know why you would think that Christianity is a continuation of Judaism. I know for a fact you don't accept that Islam is a continuation of Christianity, or Jehovah's Witness is a continuation of Catholicism, or Mormonism is a continuation.
Well, that's a
of
different story
Catholicism.
because
No,
Islam
it's not.
contradicts
It's the
everything.
exact same story.
No, the thing with Islam
Your
is that it
Jesus
contradicts Judaism
contradicts
and
everything
Christianity.
to Judaism.
Yeah, but you mentioned Islam, but Islam disagrees with both Judaism and Christianity, so we
No, it
shouldn't bring it as
doesn't.
an
First of
example.
all,
No,
no,
it
it doesn't. No, it doesn't. They even believe that Jesus was a prophet.
They
Yeah, but they
literally
deny the fact that he's the Messiah.
If anything, Islam is a
Actually, no, hold
continuation
on.
of
They affirm
Christianity.
the fact that he's the Messiah. I'm so stupid.
No,
They
no.
No,
affirm
they,
that
oh,
he's the
he's
Messiah.
yes, right, yes, they do. Yes, he is the Messiah.
I'm so stupid.
because
Yes, I forgot.
Excuse me, because they use the word Messiah like the Jewish people use the word Messiah, Nick.
Masih.
Not like Chris. Sean, stop. Please stop doing that. I've been so patient. Please stop it.
I'm sorry. I was
Uh,
giving you the name in Arabic. I'm sorry.
I don't need you to. Nick, they mean Messiah like Jewish people mean Messiah, not like Christians do. Messiah
okay,
doesn't
gotcha.
mean like a God savior to
Okay.
Islam. Only
Right.
Allah
That makes
is that. He's just another Messiah, just like Muhammad was a Messiah.
Yeah, so more of a
So-
prophet type.
Can I point out, since we got to this topic, that if we're going to say Christianity is a continuation of Judaism, then we would also have to say that Islam is a continuation of Christianity, because it came next and it was built off of the New Testament. The entire foundation of Islam is the New Testament. Now, if Muslims were running around saying, well, because the New Testament says XYZ, then XYZ is the case and we have to make the law this way, you would be like, but that's not your book, because the two are so vastly different. It's the same thing. You don't see Islam as a continuation of Christianity. I don't see Christianity as a continuation of Judaism. I see where Christians try to make it that, but it's just not.
Well, let me give you four main reasons why Islam is not a continuation. First of all, they have different views of Jesus. Second of all, they have different
Okay,
paths of
wait,
salvation.
stop. You get to do one, and then I get to do one, okay? So they have a different view of Jesus. Okay,
That's one.
Christianity has a different view of Yahweh. Go on, next one.
The second one, they have different path of salvation in Islam than Christianity.
Okay, two, Judaism doesn't have that type of salvation at all, so it's not a continuation. Go on.
The third one is authority.
What about
What about it?
authority?
Christianity is rooted in the Bible, the Old plus the New Testament, as God's revealed word. In Islam, it's rooted in the Quran, which Muslims believe God's final revelation to Muhammad, and they deny the old scriptures. Christians don't see the Quran as
in Judaism, the Old Testament is the scriptural authority, and in Christianity, they say the New Covenant is only found in the Gospels or in the New Testament. So again, not a continuation. Go on. Your fourth point.
And the fourth main point that I want to make is the God's nature. In Christianity, it teaches the Trinity, Father, Son, Holy Spirit, which makes total sense. In
And then
Islam, it's
Islam
strictly
is
Judaism
all
does
this
not. And Judaism doesn't teach that. So
in Judaism we
therefore,
have one God.
So Christianity
I'm sorry,
is.
Crystal.
You just proved.
So Islam,
that
no,
if
I'm trying to prove that Islam is not a
Stop.
continuation.
You're not listening. If you are proving that Islam is not a continuation of Christianity, what you're saying is the same for Christianity to Judaism, because I just showed you that it's an equal to equal match. Christianity is not a continuation of Judaism for the same reasons that Islam is not a continuation of Christianity. Now, do you understand? They are
They just
all
gave you
separate
all.
religions.
Yep. They just gave you all the points to show that Christianity is not, in fact, a continuation of Judaism.
I'm
And
sorry,
Sean, I
Christianity.
want you to hold on. Major point in how we know the difference between the two. Okay, nowhere in Judaism is there an eternal suffering. Nowhere in Judaism will you find that. That is specifically New Testament shit that comes from the belief system of the Greek Tartarus. And that was actually only meant for the most vile of human beings, not non-believers. Okay, those gods didn't care if you believed in them or not. It was only meant for, that's where they get their idea of hell from. There is nowhere in the Jewish belief system of an eternal suffering. So
Can I?
It's sorry, Nick.
no, go ahead, Dragon.
Okay.
It's actually, hell is not even a concept that's anywhere in the Bible as a unified concept the way that we know it today. It doesn't appear that way until the Bible is translated into English, right? So before that, we saw 3 words in the Bible across all of it to mean hell or afterlife. The first one being Hebrew, which is Sheol, which is used throughout the Old Testament, which simply means the grave, the pit, the end of life. And that's all it is. It's an end, period, the end. Now, in the New Testament, we have Tartarus, which Nick already explained to you, and we also have Gehenna. Now, Gehenna is what we see used most frequently in the New Testament. And Gehenna is an actual physical place. You can look at a map of Jerusalem and see Gehenna, or the Valley of Gehenna, on that map, even today. And at the time, this valley is where their leper colony was. It's where their executioners lived. It's where other social outcasts lived. It's where their trash was collected and burned. It's also where people were punished for crimes. And at the time, the most common punishment for crime was to be burned at the stake, aka burning for all eternity, because when you are being burned at the stake, you actually unalive from the fire, not the smoke, so it is excruciating and does last an eternity for you. That is all it is. It is not until the Bible is translated into English that we see this unified idea of hell and this fire and brimstone garbage that is not biblical.
And then we also have the whole lake of fire, which is actually derived from volcanic imagery, which was a very big thing with the Greeks and Romans. Just look at Pompeii. Okay, so that was nothing new either.
Hang on, let me say hi to Old Bird. Hey, Old Bird, how are you? Are you a Christian or a believer of the God of the Bible?
Fuck no.
Okay,
So
what did you want
this
to
is-
say?
Firstly
Who
and
is this,
foremostly, hi friend, hi Roz, how are you? Roz,
Hi, it's been a long time. I miss your face.
I miss your face too. Hi friend. I hope everything is going well. And besides the horrors persisting, we do too. So, my point of view, as an indigenous man, there is only one of the 3 of the Abrahamic faiths that I can say that are true Christians. And that would be the Jews. They are the only ones who struggle with their God, who is written into their text, if I'm correct, Roz, and please correct me if I'm wrong, I am not a Jew, whose whole purpose is to struggle with their God, to be more human. However, on the other side of that, when you look at Islam and you look at what Christianity has become, what we see are human beings using the Bible and the Quran to affect the most barbarity, the worst barbarity that has ever been seen. That does. I was waiting for that comment there, Sonny. The no true Scotsman.
By the way, she's a friendly. She's a
apply.
friendly. She's a friendly.
I know, and regardless, I mean, the no true Scotsman policy still applies. So when these people come across the water and they introduce themselves as Christians, what else are we supposed to call them?
Yeah.
When Hernan Cortez came across the water, right? And he came across the water with Father Delanda, right? And after him was Pizarro, and all of them led by Columbus, all of which were Christians. So if they introduce themselves as Christians, who else? We're not going to call them white people. We didn't know what white people were back then. The idea of white people didn't exist until the 1600s. So again, I have to ask you, where is this loving God? If the only thing that we've experienced from your Christianity is barbarity and savagery, where is this love?
Well, I can
So
answer
the
that.
only thing that I want to push back on is to say that Jews are the only true Christians. We can't be Christians because we don't believe in Christ,
Right.
unless you are a Messianic Jew, which is just Christianity with extra steps and with a fancier name. That's all it is. It's Christianity. Stop it with the bullshit. And
What-
also, Sean,
It's still just.
What does the
I
Talmud
saw what
mean,
you
by the
said.
way?
I saw what you said in the chat that my friend up here,
I
Old
can
Bird
say it out
Feather,
loud.
who, hold on, that he clearly didn't know what Jews were instructed to do in their scriptures. One, I assure you, he has heard myself and Sheriff Woody speak on this a number of times. And two, right? Two, you don't know what we're instructed to do in our scriptures, so why are you sitting here trying to correct someone else?
Can you tell me what the Talmud is?
The Talmud is a bunch of rabbis sitting around
Wait,
talking to each other and keeping records of it.
I want
Do
to
you
ask
believe
you
in
a
it?
question real quick. Sean, I want to ask you a question real quick, and I'm the host, so stop for me.
Of course.
Are you gonna test Dragon right now to see if they are really Jewish?
I will not. I know that she's Jewish. She's probably the most
Okay.
Jewish person I've met. She's amazing. She knows everything that there is to know. Of course I wouldn't. I wouldn't dare
Don't
to.
do that.
I didn't
Don't
say.
do that.
Don't do that. Don't do that to me ever. Okay? Don't do that to
No,
me.
because
ever.
we
I've been
spoke
nothing
earlier.
but
We
not-
spoke earlier. She was correcting
You
other
don't
Jewish
do
people.
that.
She knows what she's
You
talking
don't
about.
have
No,
to
I
do that.
wasn't.
No, she wasn't. She was not. And
I don't
I don't know
correct
why you're
other
doing this
Jewish
right now.
people.
I don't know why you're doing this right now. But whatever you're doing, stop it. This is the second time I felt a little anti-Semitism coming from your box. Okay, and
I
I'm not
wouldn't
putting
dare
up with
to.
a third one. I'm
I'm
not
sorry.
putting up with a third time.
If it came up that way, I'm sorry. I didn't mean it. But I respect
So,
Dragon a lot, actually.
Here's
I don't
here's
know
the
if
thing,
I'm giving
Sean.
the wrong impression.
Here's the thing. What you're not gonna do is you're not gonna sit here and claim that you saw me correct other Jews, because you have not seen that. You absolutely 100% have not seen that. I wouldn't dare, because at the end of the day, 99% of the Jews that I know were raised in it. For
When
me,
we
it is
were
a
on the
choice.
Z, with Z earlier.
For me, hold on. For me, it is a choice. There was not another Jew on the panel earlier. I was the only one, which is frequently the case. So, no, you have absolutely not seen me correct other Jews. Again, I would not dare to. That is why I am quiet when Sheriff Woody is speaking, aka Rabbi Bert, and I'm also quiet when Rabbi Hannah is speaking, because I value both of them, I respect both of them, and I can learn from both of them. And that is what I am here to do. When I am in their presence, I am here to learn. Now, privately, have Sheriff Woody and I had a little bit of a back and forth? Absolutely. But I'm not going to do that publicly. Absolutely not. So you did not see that. Don't sit here and blow fake sunshine up my ass. I'm not interested.
Right.
See, Sean, you keep
Speaking of correct
making
information,
you,
is it okay if I just correct a little bit of information before we move on?
Yeah, go on. What did you want to say? Real quick?
It's just the whole burning at the stake thing and how people unalive. It's because the oxygen gets depleted around them and they asphyxiate because the fire takes up all the oxygen. It's not from smoke inhalation, it's not from the fire, it's from lack of oxygen.
Can we agree that it is a much slower process, therefore you feel much more
Oh,
of the burning than you would in, say, a house fire?
Before, but yeah, you feel
Yes,
that fire.
and that's what I was
bit,
getting
and
to,
then,
but I appreciate
and then you're gone.
So, Sean, you keep
Yeah.
saying, you keep making these extremely anti-Semitic remarks, but then you turn around and say, I don't mean to. I kind of believe you, but only because, like mild 2% believe you, because you don't realize how inherently anti-Semitic the Christian religion is. And I'm going to say it for the third time, because since the Council of Nicaea, you guys have been taught to separate yourselves. So it is inherent within your religion to be anti-Semitic. You have no idea how many Christians I know who want all of the Jews around the world, all the people from Israel too, to convert to Christianity because they believe that they are the synagogue of Satan that is holding the return of Jesus back. Christianity in itself is deeply embedded in anti-Semitism, and that's why you keep doing it, whether you are aware or unaware that you are. And that should be an eye-opener for you.
Oh, I wouldn't do it on purpose because, again, I'm in Iceland. I'm as far away as possible. I have no idea what's going on around the world in terms of politics because we have none of that happening here. So anything I say or see is probably through the internet. Like, we have nothing to base it on. We hate no one. We love everyone. Our country is one of the most beautiful, safest countries in the world. I have nothing to base my hate on anything. So we haven't seen bad from anyone, not from Islam, not from Jews, not from refugees, not from anyone. So I cannot hate any group of people because I have not experienced with them ever in my entire life. I want that to be clear.
But
So if I say
Christianity
anything
teaches you
hateful,
how
it
to.
is
So hang on a
ignorance.
second, Sean. Christianity teaches hate, by the way. Go ahead, Olbert.
So you say that you have no reason to hate. Just one moment. While I understand that hate itself is a very corrosive emotion, it eats the soul. Yeah?
100%.
So what I would like to do is offer you instead a little bit of education. Host, may I please have big screen for the briefest of moments?
Sure, absolutely.
Thank you very much. So what this is here is open veins of Latin America. Okay? 500 years of conquest and destruction of a continent. Okay? Written by Eduardo Galeano. Go ahead and screenshot this.
Okay.
Groovy.
There you go.
So, I'm going to tell you, I'll give you a little bit of an excerpt, if I may, host. I don't want to monologue.
Absolutely. Go right ahead.
So what this book will do is it will show you what has happened from the time Christianity came in contact with my ancestors to modern times. Okay? Now I'm going to start at the very beginning. So put on your 5-point restraints, grab your favorite snack, right? Because we're getting on Uncle Old Bird's time machine. The year is 1492. The place, Castile, Spain. The monarchs at the time, Isabella and Ferdinand. At this particular time, Spain is trying to remove the Jews from their country. Okay? Because there is an argument over who is the chosen people. Of course, Christians, being Christians and being the toxic people that they can be, are trying to claim ownership of this thing. In the year 1492, Queen Isabella and King Ferdinand sacked the last of the Muslim redoubts in Spain. At the same time, 150,000 Jews were deported and expelled from Spain to make it a clean Christian nation. At the end of this, there was a Pope guy. His name was Alexander VI. Now, the Pope guy heard a message from God, right? He says, hey, Pope guy. Alexander says, hey, God, right? I want you to write this paper, and we're going to call it the Edict of Discovery. And in this Edict of Discovery, it's going to give your people the God's right to go into indigenous lands or unchristian lands. And when you come in contact with non-Christian people, you are to force them to submit to the cross. If they do not, you are free to take their children, impregnate their children as little girls, impregnate their women, and any child born out of that shall be a slave in perpetuity. By 1493, 16.8 million indigenous people were put to the sword or put to the torch for the act of non-belief. Christianity does not preach love. It does not preach tolerance. It does not preach acceptance or unified anything. Christianity forces submission. It says so in the book. So when you're talking about the Christian love, again, I say, where is it?
You're right. Christianity doesn't teach that. Jesus does.
But okay. If your Jesus was around in 1st century AD, okay, if this guy was real, some Roman would have written about it, right? Because here's Pilate, right? Pilate executed Christ, correct?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, all right. So if Pilate executed this guy, he crucified him, right? And then dude rose up out of the ground 3 days later. Somebody would have wrote about it outside of the Bible and outside of any other religious text. We know from archaeology that the Romans were prolific writers. They wrote about the shit they took. So if this Christ guy was real, he wouldn't have been put in a tomb. He'd have been tried as a criminal and would have been thrown in an open pit. And correct me if I'm wrong, Dragon, he would have been vivisectioned, correct? And bodily dismembered.
I'm not sure on that one.
Well, that sounds very Roman, but that's what I had heard. And he would have been thrown into an open pit. And don't even get me started on the fact that some Christians think there's a white Jesus. That would have been the fucking miracle.
Yeah, that would have been a miracle. In the Middle East, yeah, come on.
I want to.
Can you imagine?
That would be the real miracle, wouldn't it?
If I could, Foot, I would like to point out that around the same time in Vienna, Austria, so a little bit before this actually, 1421, there was an area of Vienna called Judenplatz. And in Judenplatz was where the bulk of the Jewish community lived, right? It's where the synagogue was, it's where most of the merchants were, etc. Now, at this period in history, the city of Vienna fell into a deep recession. Okay, the Archduke of Vienna decided that the cause of the recession was the Jewish community, and the Judenplatz was destroyed, including the synagogue, while over 100 Jewish men sat in the synagogue praying. They had been fasting for days and days and days because they were praying, hoping that their synagogue would be spared. This, like, to say that Christianity teaches love, Jesus teaches love, blah, 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 blah. This was done by Christians. what Old Birdfeather is talking about. It's very hard for me to remember that that is the screen name now, not Foot. But what Birdfeather is talking about was also done by Christians.
Sorry.
So so these things, right? These things demonstrate that Christianity is not, in fact, love, and we can even look at the Crusades, which were carried out by the Holy Roman Empire. This is not love. This is hate on its deepest, darkest levels. And to sit here and say Jesus teaches love when the entire book is used as an excuse for hate all the freaking time, it's cognitive dissonance at its finest. Because at some point you have to see that your book is used for evil.
Emperor Hadrian, and this was like confirmed by scholars, it was his handwriting and his style of writing. Emperor Hadrian wrote a letter to Servanus laying out Christians, the early Christians, and he said that they were absolutely horrible people, that they valued money above everything, even their blind were working. Like, he had nothing good to say about Christians. He said they were very self-absorbed people. And if we take a look through history, we can actually see that Hadrian wasn't wrong. But he also outlined that they were worshiping Serapis Christos, but called them Christians, things that make you go,
I mean, can you imagine what our world might be like if the Library of Alexandria hadn't burned down?
Which time?
Right.
Or if a Christian mob hadn't offed Hypatia. Yeah.
Yeah. That poor lady. Woo! You gotta love her heart, though. That woman was brave as hell.
Well, you guys, I want to tell you that we are about winding down right now. And so what I want to do real quick is let you each say whatever you want to say before we go for the day. I want to thank everybody for the 82,000 likes and all the gifts. And again, thank you, DJ Hot Tub, for the Venmo to keep me going. And thank you guys for all the new followers and new subscribers over on YouTube. Hey, Granny, do you have anything you want to say before we go today?
I just really wish that the Christianity had never been a thing.
Oh.
Me too.
It just did so much damage, and it's obvious that when you read these books, it tells you that, especially in the New Testament, he's like telling people, let the dead bury the dead, and he doesn't give a crap about your families. He's come here to divide you from your families, and it's obvious that he's a divisionary force, and to misappropriate other people's cultures along the way is, you remind me of the Blob or an amoeba, where you just like suck up everything around you and try to put it in yourselves, and it just doesn't work. Stick to what your ancestors were doing. Seriously.
All right. Well, thank you, Granny. Thank you for being here today. I appreciate you. Old Bird, any final thoughts?
You know, there was a wise man once who spoke to President Taft back in the late 1800s. And he said to President Taft, perhaps you think the Creator sent you here to dispose of us as you see fit. If I thought you were sent by the Creator, I might be induced to believe you had a right to dispose of me. Do not misunderstand me, but understand me fully for my reverence and affection for the land. I never said the land was mine to do with as I choose. The one who has that right is the one who has created it. I claim a right to live on my land, and I accord you the privilege to return to yours. What Chief Sealth was speaking about was the seizure of the salmon rivers in Idaho And what he was talking about was the Forced Reservation Act of the late 1800s. But more importantly, in more recent times, there was this old man named Lloyd Redcrow. And he said to me, and I remember, Takoja, if the Europeans had come across the water and lived the Indian way, we wouldn't have the problems that we have today. Yeah, Snack, Chief Self. But they didn't. They came across the water with theft on their mind.
Sean, wait a minute, Olbert. Are you praying for us right now?
Yes.
Please don't.
I do not consent.
Wait. Don't do that when people don't consent, because honestly, I want you to hear me here for a second, okay? If I was a different religion and I prayed to a different God, you would not want me praying to that God for you. You would not consent to that. There's a Mormon belief that that anybody who has passed on before that is not Mormon, people can go pay money at their temple to have those people converted to Mormonism in the afterlife without their consent. Do you think that that's right, that people do that?
No.
Would you like it if somebody did that to you, or your family went into their temple, gave money to their temple, and had them pray that you were converted to their religion in the afterlife and everything, even if you knew it wasn't true? Isn't it just disrespectful to what you did believe?
Well, their intentions are good. They're praying for us for good
They're not
things.
good.
You know?
They are not good. That's narcissistic. To think that they should know better for your afterlife than you chose for your afterlife. That is disrespectful, Sean. And you praying for people who don't believe in your God without saying, may I pray for you, is very rude. It is very rude. I don't believe it does anything, so I'm not scared of your prayer, okay? But if you continue to do that, I'm going to do something with my crystal ball against you. How would you like that?
I would apologize immediately. I'm sorry.
So don't ever do that again, okay? All right.
Okay,
Olbert, go ahead and finish up. I'm sorry.
Now, Sean, that's exactly the kind of sneaky shit that I expect from Christians. My father used to say to me, do not trust the white man because they are a different animal than us. And you just proved it. Nobody would ever, because when you pray, you are forcing will. So nobody in my community would be so fucking arrogant as to impose their will on another human being. And the fact that you were whispering it.
Instead of listening, like you weren't listening.
You were casting a fucking spell. That is what prayer is. As you are using your force of will to enact your will on something else. I would rather burn in your Christian hell than to be anywhere near Christians in your supposed afterlife.
Would you like it if we took your free will away, Sean?
Because, Sean, this is what my ancestors look like. Do you understand now?
Oh, there it is.
Do you understand? Do you understand now that my people built civilizations before yours even knew the world was round? And you descend from Northmen, from the Norse. What the fuck is wrong with you? There is something seriously wrong.
Oh, you got muted for some reason, Olbert.
Yeah, I got a really crappy signal. I apologize.
Okay. That's okay.
So look here.
Hey, listen, I want to continue on down the road because I have to get going.
Have peace for the rest of the day. Yeah, keep on going.
Thank
Go on,
you,
Roz.
Olbert. Thank you.
Get him.
Roz, What do you got, Roz?
Well, I was just going to say, Crystal, it's wonderful to see you again because it's been a hot minute,
It's
and
good.
thank you
I
so
didn't
much for
know it was
having
you.
me. the
And
name has
then
changed a
Bert
little bit, but yeah.
he thought he was introducing us for a minute there. Did you notice that? And I was like, well,
I did.
didn't
It
know
was cute.
Roz.
It was cute. But I was just gonna say, it's so good to see you again, and thank you for having me. But then Sean just pulled this little stunt that he pulled, and now I feel the need to throw some scripture at Sean. Sean, in your Bible, I believe in the book of Acts, it outlines very specifically how to pray. And it says, do not be like the heretics who pray on street corners for attention. Instead, go into your room and pray silently.
That's why I was whispering.
Because praying on a street corner where people can hear it, praying for show, is not authentic. It's not genuine. It's not how it is to be done. We 100% heard you praying, and you did it with your mic on intentionally.
Right.
That was because you
Sean,
wanted us to hear it, because
how
you
to
were
mute.
sitting here going, well, I got them, blah, 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 right? But that's not,
And I'm
that's
not going
it.
to listen. I'm going to be rude, and I'm going to pray instead of listen to what old Bird has to say, because it's bothering my fragile faith. And so I'd rather pray than listen to another human being say something. That's very disrespectful.
And
I mean, yeah, I was done
and
anyway.
doing this, Sean, while Old Bird was speaking
That's
specifically,
okay. I'm done.
when Old Bird
I'm
was
done cursing you, Sean. I did that while you were listening to Dragon just now.
Well, my God is stronger than
when-
that. I don't have to
so,
worry.
Sean,
No, he isn't.
Sean,
Your God's so weak he can't do anything.
That's
So
why he
Sean,
created it.
just to wrap up, right?
Yeah.
To do that, especially while Old Bird was speaking and giving you a history lesson, right? A history lesson on how Christianity was used to conquer his people, how it was used as a weapon, and you decided that instead of listening to this history of your people and his people and how they overlap and intertwine, you would rather mumble a prayer unmuted where you would be heard for attention.
And then to say
That's not
just
cool.
now, I
I'm
was
sorry if
done
you believe that.
anyway, was a way for you. I'm talking now. And then you went, I was done anyway, just so you could like do another little dig, like, ha ha ha, you guys didn't stop it. Sean, we don't believe it works. We don't give a fuck, okay? We don't believe it works. We wanted you to know you were being
At the-
disrespectful. And the fact that
What do
you
you
still
think-
don't care, and the fact
what do
that
you
you
think I
are
was praying
digging
for?
your heels in, Sean, I don't give a fuck what you're praying for. I don't want you praying for me. You did not have my consent. And that's
At
the
the end
part
of the
you're
day,
missing.
I believe it's the book of Matthew that says, if you go into a village and they do not want to hear your testimony, wipe the dirt from your sandals and turn away from them. If we don't want your prayer, and we are not Christians, so why would you assume that we would want your prayer? Then dust the dirt from your sandal and don't pray for us. It is the instructions given in your book, which is why Christianity bothers me so much, because you can just be like, oh, I said the magic words, I'm a Christian now, and you don't know a goddamn thing.
But also, it was just the
And
utter
that is all I have to
disrespect
say.
for another
Right.
human being. It was the
May I
utter
go now?
disrespect for another. Wait, no. It was the utter disrespect for another human being, Sean. He was talking to you, and he was talking to you from his heart. And he wanted you to learn something about him and his people. And it was important to him. And you said that you were in a place in your life where you wanted to learn, and you wanted to learn about other people. So he was like, really? You do? Let me show you this book and let me tell you some things. And then instead of fucking listening to him, instead of being a fucking nice human being, this nice Christian that you all claim you are, and showing him love and respect, you decided to take that time, unmute yourself, and whisper a prayer into your mic, knowing that people would hear you, knowing that it would be interruptive, and knowing you're not actually listening to the man that you just said that you wanted to learn more from. It was very
We can do two
disrespectful.
things at once. I assure you I was paying
No,
attention
you
and I know
cannot.
exactly
No,
what he's
you
talking
cannot.
about.
No, you cannot talk and listen at the same time. No, you cannot. Your kindergartner teacher should have taught you that. You have one mouth, two ears. God gave you one mouth and two ears, Sean. So, use your ears, your two ears, and shut your mouth when people are talking, and be a genuine human being, Sean. Okay, Nick, go ahead, and then it's Sean's turn, and then I gotta go, you guys. So let's wrap this
Perfect.
up.
So, Sean, believe it or not, you are blood of my blood. We share the exact same ancestry. You're from Iceland. I'm from Norway, but we all come from the original starting point, which is actually Mesopotamia. Our stories of the gods derive from Marduk and the slaying of Tiamat, except for in our culture it turned into, the god slaying Ymir. So here's the thing, and I'm gonna fight fire with fire because that's exactly what our ancestors did. You turned your back on your ancestors and your gods, which are far more ancient than some Middle Eastern man who cursed a fig tree because he was having a fucking baby fit. Right? Now, there is a place, and again, I'm saying I'm fighting fire with fire. There is a place called Helheim, which is reserved for people like you, dishonorable people. So you can pray for me all you want, but I know through deep research that this is a fake belief system. So the default would be the belief system of our ancestors. So I revel in the thought that I will be dining with the ancestors when I go, and you will be stuck in the pits of Helheim because you have dishonored not just our people, but the indigenous people. You talking as a Canadian, and I'm going to say this because Canadians treat our indigenous like shit. You speaking over an indigenous man pretending to be listening is nothing short of disgusting. Our people, when we came to Canada, we bartered, we traded.
It's xenophobic, is what it is. It's
trade routes
bigotry.
with the indigenous. We established Iceland, Norway. We established trade routes with the indigenous of Canada, and we didn't wipe them out. We built towns with them. We had babies with them. We had trade back and forth. What did the Christians do when they came over? My religion, which should be yours, the religion of our ancestors, is honorable in ways that Christianity could never fucking be in a million goddamn years, because that'll be the day I speak over an indigenous man sharing the horrific history of his people to make him feel invalidated, just to make myself feel better that I prayed for him at night. Shiny metal cactus up sphincter, and that's all I gotta say.
All right, I'm gonna let you talk too, Sean. Give me just one moment. Hey, you guys, I do want to say something. It's really important to me. I don't want my lives to be where we just all get mad at a Christian and yell at them. Okay, so going forward, this is not gonna be what this is about. We're trying to have conversations with Christians. Okay, so in the future, I probably won't let everybody do this because that's not what I want this to be. I want to actually have genuine conversations, and we were having a really great conversation, I thought, before that, Sean. And then you did something without consent, and it really offended everybody. Everybody on YouTube, everybody on TikTok. People are offended, and so yes, we did, have some words for you. But this is not what I plan for this to be like in the future. Sean, what do you want to say for your closing statement?
What I want to say that I think this is one of the only times where it's justified that you should hate on someone. I'm not a good representation of what a Christian should be. As you said, I prayed without your consent, and I just looked it up, and it is not only disrespectful, but you should not ever do that. You should ask for a person first. And as for the man that was here, I forgot his name, Bird or something.
Old Bird.
I was paying attention. I was
Bird.
very into what he was talking about, and I wish that next time I join, he would tell the story again. And I'd love to hear
You
it.
can go watch
I'm
it
sorry
on
for
the
anything
YouTube.
I
You can
said
go
so far.
watch this live on my YouTube if you want. I am CrystalJae, Jae. So it's spelled just like it is up there, but I am CrystalJae on YouTube. This whole live is going to be posted there. You can go rewatch it, and you can see how while he's telling you, you actually weren't paying attention because you can't be listening if you are praying. I don't even think God would want you to be doing that. I think he would want you to be concentrating on talking to him, on having communication with him. He wouldn't want you to be multitasking while you're doing that, but that's just me, So go watch it back, see for yourself, and you're welcome to come back sometime, but yeah, I hope that next time we just have a really nice conversation. I do want to thank my panelists, and I want to thank everybody for almost 90,000 likes. While I yap for a minute, do you think we could do that? I think we can get to 90,000.
I want to have a
also,
race to 90.
Okay, who should
You're
we
on,
be
let's go.
rating right now? What do we got? Who's live right now? Is Joel live? I think he wasn't going to be. Oh, he did say he was going live today. Let's look. Live announcement. Oh, Justin is live. Okay, you guys, go raid Deconstruction Zone, Justin. I will be live again Sunday at 11 a.m. right after Ass. Okay, so make sure you get yourself some Ass from Mezzo on Sunday morning, and then that's Atheist Sunday School. And then come join me at 11 a.m. I forget who my special guest is. I keep forgetting to write this down before my shows. But yeah, come join me for Decon Q&A with CrystalJae on Sunday. Surprise guest, because it's just going to be a surprise to me too. All right, I love you guys. See you. I'm going to wait. I'm just dragging it out for just hang on. Oh, we're almost there.
I'm tapping as fast as I can.
What is the channel Asses on? Mezzo's World. Somebody put Mezzo's username in chat. Somebody put Mezzo's username in chat so they'll know where to find Mezzo for Ass. Okay? It's so fun, you guys. If you don't go to Atheist Sunday School, you're missing a good time. You get to go up and say stuff if you're an atheist, Atheist Sunday School. Is it just Mezzo? It's not Mezzo. There it is. Mezzo_WS. Okay? All right, you guys. Thank you for 90,000 likes. I'll see you. I'm gonna pull this